Ladies love the skin.
Ow.
Bring it a little bit closer. The good skin, that is. That's why having a proper skincare routine is very important, and you need to feel the Teej. The process is so easy, just 4 steps. You got your daily face wash. That's going to clean your face up nice and right. You got your exfoliator scrub. That's going to open up your pores. You got your AM moisturizer with the SPM 20, which is going to protect you from the sun. You also got your PM moisturizer, which is going to make sure your skin is protected throughout the night. Teej has tons of reviews from dedicated customers across the world. I know I said a lot, but it's okay, because guess what? It comes with an instruction card to explain to you in detail what to do morning and night. And because Teej is a sponsor, they're offering my family 30% off along with a free gift. Just click that link that's in the description and feel the Teej. Maintaining your beard isn't just style, it's self-respect. A well-groomed beard boosts confidence and leaves a lasting impression. Elevate your look. Embrace the importance of beard care today. Let's just have a conversation. How y'all doing, family? It's go time. What's going on, family? Welcome to Lapeef Network. We got outside, Lady Di, Hemp, Jasmine, Erica, Marcus, Trev, Andrea, me, myself, Lapeef J.I. Welcome to Lapeef Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Chilling, John. Chilling.
Yo, what's popping?
Doing good.
A good day in the paradise. Y'all sound dry as hell. I said, what's going on?
What's up?
Everything's everything.
These others got the most.
Doing all right.
Okay, Trev, and set up. You know, Marcus repositioning himself too. Okay. So Marcus also showing up.
Hey, man, you gotta raise the level of production sometimes on them, man.
Okay. You know, Jasmine went Hollywood on us, I see.
They are got to flip Marcus and Batty.
You said what?
You got to flip Marcus and Batty.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go. Got to kind of even the panel. What's good to see you guys, man. Good to have you back, Hamp. Hamp is not even, you're not moderating today, man. So it's kind of odd seeing you in that position, man.
Yeah, it's all good though. It should be fun.
Okay. It's fun. Yeah, I mean, feel free to, go ahead and ask some questions, man. I know you like to dive a little deeper sometimes, man. But good to see you. Shout out to all my green gainers in the chat. Eugene Steele, Mr. BX87, Dale Matthews. Who else we got? I see a lot of people in here. Want to become part of Green Gang? Click that link that's in the description. Yeah. I keep forgetting I changed the one. Shout out to the sponsor again, TJ Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. 30% off alone with a free gift. That link is in the description. Make sure you guys fill a Teej, as I always say. Teej does work. I use it day and night. So go ahead and fill a Teej. And if you guys don't know, me and Sugar Curls have teamed up to bring you guys Assured Man. It's a Lapeef Sugar Curls collab. Get your beard game in order. Go ahead and order that. That link is pinned to the top of the chat. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and get this show started. You guys ready?
Yes, sir.
I got this clip that I'm going to play.
Let's do it.
I got this clip that I'm going to play. So I'm going to ask you guys, what are your thoughts about it, right? Because it's going to be several little things that play out. So I'm going to ask you guys opinions. First thoughts, like an icebreaker. So here we go.
Balloon to reject the girl.
My name's Dr. Elam. I'm 38 years old, and I pop my balloon just because you're simply too young.
I mean, if you change your mind, I'm open to it, though.
Why would you be open to it?
Because you're handsome, for one.
So you only like me because I'm beautiful.
Just like I'm beautiful.
Yeah, but that's not why I would only like you.
So why would you like me? Because you didn't answer that.
Because you can bring something and add something to my life. But because you're a liability, you can't add anything to my life.
Right.
Hi, my name's Dr. Elam. I am 38 years old.
Ooh, 38. Yeah, I would like to say no because I feel. You said you're a doctor. Are you gonna provide for me? You're gonna take care of me?
My name is Dr. Elam. I'm 38 years old, and I popped my balloon after listening to you.
Okay, damn. Okay.
Have you had therapy before?
No, you want to be my therapist? I think you're too into that because I don't need therapy. I'm fine.
I can definitely afford you financially, but maybe not emotionally.
I'm Jivens, and I am 24 years old. And I popped my balloon just because the way you walked up, like you seemed a little more masculine than I would like. So, yeah.
Okay, and what about him? Like, are you feeling this, or which is very bizarre because you seem very feminine. So I guess it's just not a match. He got his taco meat out, the nose ring. It's a whole lot of, and you look a lot older than 24.
All right, man. I thought that was hilarious. The thing that stood out to me is that I know at least on YouTube, most people talk about they want a younger woman. And in this instance, he felt that the younger woman would be a liability. So what are you guys' first thoughts about it? Anything you want to add to it? I'm going to go ahead and start with you, Lady Da.
Well, the second part of the clip, when he said that she seemed masculine, and he just left it there. And then she said, well, you seem feminine. And then she just kept going and going, like kind of like a bully. Like, why you gotta do all that? Just say that you don't like, one thing and keep it moving. So that's why he said that she was masculine, because that's masculine. First clip where the guy was saying that he's a doctor, he's 38, and he was saying the lady's too young. I don't see nothing wrong with that. I see a lot of men saying younger women, but he doesn't want that for his own reason. I think that that's valid. Everybody's not the same. So I have to say.
Okay. I'm going to go to you. I'm going to go to you, Marcus. What's your thoughts about this, sir?
I think that's what it looked like when people trolling. But beyond that, I think that you should be that selective though. When you picking somebody, if you in a position where you can actually pick who you want, you should. If you feel that that a person is giving off signals to you that's in some way disturbing your energy or your spirit or what you feel is cohesive for you, you need to be able to get up and walk away that early if that's how you feel. But that's only if you got options like that. If you don't, you need to work with people.
All right. Zaza?
I feel like, that was his choice. When he said that, I was interested in it because you don't hear that a lot. You hear a lot of men talking about, they want a younger woman and they want this and they want that, when, no disrespect and no shade to the younger women, but he wanted somebody who just maybe was a little bit more seasoned, you know what I'm saying? And I think for his mindset and for what he was going for in life, that worked for him. And I thought it was dope. I wish more men would, think about that instead of just strictly looking on like the looks and, what a younger woman can offer, and just look at more of like the long run, which I feel like that's what he was doing.
I wanted to say something to that. It seemed like he didn't like, not that she was young, but she wasn't mature enough. I think men want a younger, mature lady. Like if she had that together, then it'll be fine.
Right.
All right. Go ahead, Hamp.
Yeah. So coincidentally, I saw more context in this clip, and then my panel last night was all Gen Z, and those women, them young girls, don't want these old niggas either.
What?
So when I was surprised, right? It was only 6 of them, but we've been watching Family Feud forever, and we let 100 people tell us what was right and wrong, and we largely agree. You feel me? So they were like, we don't really want y'all. Y'all old, y'all washed, you got worms. So when he was saying that, that's why when the second lady, the heavier one, said that she didn't want him because of his age, the microcosm I had yesterday was like, we don't want them. So even though it looked like he was shining on them, the truth is, based on what I gathered yesterday, they don't want them old niggas either. So,
all right. Go ahead, Closet Batty.
Oh man, y'all really want me to say something? First of all, I think it's somewhat predatory. A little bit, depending on the age gap, when it's these older men preying on these younger women, because I'm just going to call it like it is. You in your mid 40s, late 40s, early 50s, trying to talk to somebody 25, 28. I mean, honestly, what do y'all really have in common? I do respect the fact that he didn't want that. He didn't want them problems. Because they different,
JR, question.
Go ahead.
Do you think that the word predator should be used right there though? Especially given what that word could do to a man's image and reputation? Yes, ma'am. Because technically they're grown up.
I did put somewhat, and I said depending on the age gap too.
So what's the age? You saying 40 to 25 is too much?
Yeah, a man in their 40s should not be interested in a woman that's old enough that he can be her daddy.
That's weird. It is
Okay.
weird.
Yeah,
What
that's
do you
nasty.
have-
I'm sorry.
what do you really have in common with a 21-year-old girl and you're 47 years old? Like
She's still an adolescent.
Other than sex.
What?
Her body. I mean, really though.
I got a question though too.
Who just said what? She is still an adolescent. She's still Brooklyn.
That's
A
what
25-year-old is still an
no,
adolescent.
we said 21.
Yes.
21.
Yes.
I said 21.
On what planet?
I said
All right.
21.
Adolescent. Somebody
On
go
what
ahead and look
planet
what
is it?
adolescence is.
Sweeney, are you talking
Please
about
tell me
21 or 25, Sweeney, or both?
I
She
said
said 25.
21.
She said 25. She said that's an adolescent. What 25-year-old is an adolescent?
When I said adolescence, when she said 21, I
Yeah, we
said
said
she's
21.
still
What
an
21-year-old
adolescent.
is an adolescent?
That I mean,
A
medically,
lot of
she
them.
still is an adolescent.
Medically where?
Not
Okay. Do you know where adolescence starts at around 16 and I believe it ends around 24, 25?
Yep.
Yeah.
Does anybody have
So
any medical on that? Because I don't. That
yeah,
sounds like bull.
I actually do, but you can look it up though. Yeah.
Don't worry about it. I'll be back.
I had a point
Okay, cool.
though, like so y'all. Okay,
10 to 19.
you guys are like talking about the man wanting
No.
this, but why y'all not getting
What you
on
say,
the
Marcus?
ladies? Why y'all not getting on the ladies that want the older man?
What? Real quick, Lady Dot. It's 10 to 19.
No,
When I
that
just
is not
Googled it.
adolescence. Adolescence is not 10 to 19.
What is the age range of an adolescent? Ages 10 to 19. Adolescence is the phase of life between childhood and adulthood from 10 to 19. It's a unique stage of human development and an important time for laying the foundations of good health. Adolescents experience rapid physical, cognitive, and physiological growth.
Scientifically, I think the brain doesn't finish fully developing until 25. So the
So
brain
that means
doesn't.
if that's the case, if that's the case, then there should be no adult decisions that you can make until you're 25. Not
It's up,
drinking,
yes.
not smoking, not driving, nothing.
No, but
You
Sweeney,
believe
that's
that?
not the. But
Hold on,
Sweeney,
y'all.
that's,
Make sure we're doing one at a time, y'all. Especially we're doing one at a time. And then I know Lady Di was trying to get in there too. So once we close this, then we go straight to Lady Di.
Oh, my bad, Lady Di. I did cut you off. Go ahead, sis.
I'm serious. Like, why? So I understand y'all talking about the men wanting this, but these ladies want these men. So why are we not talking about what they want? Because it's not like the man is forcing them to be with him either. It's more like a conversation. Hey, do you like me? I like you, and they get together. So I'm trying to understand why is it that we're not talking about the ladies wanting these older men.
What is?
That wasn't the clip.
I feel like my question would be, what is there that we're supposed to be like? What is the? I feel like it's a difference between using a predatory situation and saying like the victim is essentially the person asking to be victimized, just specifically about the sentence that we're talking about right now, like what we're discussing right now. I feel like if we would begin to question the younger person as opposed to the person who is preying on them, I think that would be considered victim shaming.
The lady is not a victim at all.
If we're speaking specifically about what we're talking about right now, where she stated predatory behavior, it will be victim shaming to blame the victim for being preyed on.
That was her opinion. That don't mean that everybody on this show believes that that's true. So what do you think?
I think if we're speaking about like in the context of it being predatory, I wouldn't agree with. I wouldn't like then question the younger person, just because, you know, I feel like there are a lot of instances where you have these girls who are 21 years old or like very young, inexperienced, and then you have these older men who come in and kind of feel like they can mold them. They're more moldable to them. They're, you know, they know that they're not as experienced, and sometimes they may use that as a way to kind of get what they want from this younger girl. And then like once she's like in some instances pregnant or has an incurable STD, it's like now this young woman is left to deal with whatever repercussion that happened to her before she was old enough to even make a wise choice for herself.
But a 21-year-old is experienced. Why? Because she had plenty of boyfriends before that, and her body count is high.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Most of the time. What do you mean? You're not watching the media? All of these girls that's having sex.
I definitely watched the meeting, but I definitely disagree with that. I don't think that every single 21-year-old.
I didn't say every single.
Well,
I said a lot of Gen Z we're talking
lot.
about, correct?
A
lot
right.
of them are starting to have sex very young, middle school. Okay. I I see it all the time.
I know. I have an 18-year-old. I know. I have an 18-year-old too. So
yeah, I understand. I'm not saying your child is doing
no. I'm just saying I get it. I get what you're saying. I see their friends. Their girls are at my house all the time.
So let's just talk about that. The majority of them are experienced.
Okay, let me pose.
So it's not like they're just fresh out, never had sex, never had had men. Sure. So they're experienced.
Okay, let me say this. To that, I would then say just because a person has been exposed to sexual behavior or sexual content before they were mature enough to understand what they were doing, why does that then mean it's okay for them to be preyed on or victimized?
I don't agree that they're being preyed.
Regardless of the reason to why they're engaged in whatever sexual behavior they're taking part in at that time, whose fault is that? Their fault or their parents' fault? Because they weren't.
That would be under the assumption.
I don't agree.
Hold on. That's let Lady Di go ahead and respond, and then I think Zaza wanted to respond to Lady Di, and then we got to get other people in.
I don't agree that they're being preyed on, and the parents are not in the picture at 18. Okay, let's start with that age. At 18, most parents are not in the picture because kids are a legal adult, and a lot of 18-year-olds don't even want to have their parents part of their decision making. So we can't talk about parents for a 21-year-old. Let's talk about the 21-year-old making her own decisions. Most of them have cars, they have their own place paying rent, they got a job, or they're in school full time. So why are we acting like these 21-year-olds are children?
I don't think it's so much that they're children. I just feel like a 21-year-old and a 31. When I was 21 and when I was 31 are two different areas of my life. And I could have been experienced and I might have had sex, but my mentality and how I even viewed the world was so small in timing between, let's say when I left, let's say 17 to 21, it was so small. So it's like, yes, if a man that's in his 40s, you know what I'm saying, is like, hey, let me give you this, let me do this, let me do that. I'm not as experienced and wise as I was if I was a 31-year-old that I've heard this before. You know what I'm saying? I know what you're on, sir. You know what I'm saying? It might be just a little bit different. That's all I'm saying. I feel like 21-year-olds are not fully, they're adults in the eye. You know what I'm saying? Even 22-year-olds, like they're adults in the eyes, but mentally, sometimes they're just not. You know what I mean? And we don't know how sheltered they were before. We don't know what type of situation they were in before. So it's like to kind of say like they're as adults and it's like, you know, whatever. I don't know. I just feel like older men know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. So
here's the problem that I have with that, because one, we're trying to apply a victimhood to a group that's not victims. They don't consider themselves victims because they consider themselves. I know, but we're applying a victimhood status to them when they're not calling themselves victims themselves. When you were 21, did you still not date whoever you wanted?
No, I did, of course.
Did you not still make any decision that you wanted to make?
Dumb decisions, definitely, because I was 21.
Dumb or otherwise, you made the decision you wanted to make, right?
Because I was stupid. I didn't know better.
So how is it that you're allowed to make every decision on the planet, whatever decision you want, and nobody can question you on it? But then you draw the line with them making the decision to want to be with someone that is older than them.
I'm not
just contradicting yourself.
I think my issue is more so with the older men that know exactly what the fuck they're doing.
So you didn't know, you telling me that when you were 21, you had no idea what you were doing?
No, I'm telling you, I did have an idea of what I was doing, but my mind wasn't so, I guess, structured in a sense where I'm just like, I'm doing whatever the fuck I want. I'm not really thinking about it twice. Now at an older age, I'm thinking about it, maybe not even twice. I might think about it 3 times. So it's just a different time zone, I guess you can say.
Do you think that men who go out their way to be with a woman, regardless of her age, is doing it to manipulate her into being with him and doing the things that he... Okay, fair. So you've never tried to make a man be the man that you wanted him to be?
I mean, of course, but at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Of course.
So even regardless of age, whoever he was, you wanted him to be the man you wanted him to be. And you asked for certain things and you said certain things and you requested certain things to get him to do that, right?
Yeah.
Do you feel like you manipulated him?
No, but if he was a 19-year-old boy, maybe.
Don't put the age qualifier because it doesn't
That's
matter.
what
The
we're talking
request
about.
is a request. If you ask somebody and you get them to be the person you want them to be, is that manipulation?
Not. I wouldn't really call it manipulation. I'll call it. It's what I want.
All right. So, matter of fact, I'm glad that we have having this conversation about manipulation, right? Because I had a friend today who was just telling me about how he felt manipulated by this girl, because he was asking her to be a certain type of way, and she didn't, and she would tell him like, "Oh, I'll do that for you," and then he felt like he was being manipulated because she wouldn't do it or whatever, right? So I was sitting here thinking about the word manipulation. It was just stuck in my mind, and I don't think we use manipulation properly, because I think when you manipulate someone, they're not under the understanding that they're being. When you manipulate someone, you're doing it intentionally. For example, say for instance, Zai, me and you are dating, right? I don't want you to hang out with your friends. I come to you and I tell you, I don't want you to hang out with your friends. And I may ask you over and over again, and then one day you finally say, okay, Sweeney, I'm not hanging out with my friends anymore. Were you manipulated?
No, that was a decision that I made.
Okay. What, do anybody else agree that that's manipulation or not manipulation?
I mean, it's a decision that I made.
So
Okay.
I don't think it was manipulation. It might have been bullying. But I mean, manipulation, you usually don't be really straight out with what you're trying to get. You
Right.
go around it to get the results you want without being direct.
Mhm.
You know, so
Right.
instead,
So
if you would have manipulated her, if you would have like,
clap,
you know,
clap,
your friend a hoe,
Right.
you
Exactly.
know,
fair.
you know.
And that was actually the direction I was going to go in. I was going to say that what we tend to see, what actual manipulation is when you say, for instance, I tell you like, hey, your friend don't really like you like that. Or or like you and your friend are planning something and I go on your phone and cancel the plans. And then that'll get me to get what I want without you understanding that that's exactly what I'm doing, which is I don't want you to hang out with your friend anymore. Do you think 41-year-old man who wants and care about a woman is doing that to a 21-year-old girl?
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes. Do you think it's most of the time?
I would say if a 21-year-old is, let's just say she getting out her feet, she's trying to figure life out, and some man is like, man, I got this apartment for you. You don't got to be in the streets. You don't got to worry about this. That's kind of a manipulation too.
How is that manipulation?
A lot of these men have things that these 21-year-olds don't have no access to.
Fair, but how is that manipulation? If I'm telling you I'm willing to give you something in return for your presence, I'm not telling you, I'm not going behind your back. You're getting what I promised you, which is giving you a house.
So you're basically saying that these older men just want to have genuine love for these young girls, 21-year-old girls. Is that
a lot of them are if they want
you though?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
baby.
What?
All right.
Yeah.
No, because you just hold on, wait, because you just said hold on, JR.
We got to get the rest of them involved, Sweeney. We got to get the rest of them. Go ahead. Make the final point.
Okay.
Because you just said that.
No.
Hold on, wait. You just said that he offered her a home, house, car. These are all things he promised her.
Pussy.
Up front. He can get pussy without offering all of that.
Sometimes not to an older woman that got her shit together and don't need that. That might be a little bit tougher on her lane.
Okay, so what would he do? So
it doesn't excite me.
Okay, so could a man not manipulate you into giving you pussy by promising you whatever desire that you may have at 40 years old?
Of course they can, but we're not talking.
You moving a goalpost.
She moved it.
Next.
She moved it. My point is if I tell you straight up what I can give you in exchange for what I want, that is not manipulation.
Okay.
All right. Let's go ahead and go to Trev and Jasmine, and then we'll see if Hemp want to add something to it. Go ahead, Trev.
Right. So I love how everybody loves to focus on men when it comes to being a predator, right? But you know what? It's no secret that men from 18 years old to 75 and even beyond find women that are 18 to 25 to be most physically attractive. That's when women are in their prime, period. Right? As far as being physically or even if you want to say sexually attracted to. But are they actually marrying these people? No. The average age gap is actually anywhere from 2.3 to 2.8 years. That's it. Only 8% of marriages have a 10-year plus age gap. That's the problem that I'm having with that. Why are we trying to make it out like all men are predators when the data doesn't depict that? That's the problem that I'm having with it. And then we're also ignoring the fact that there's such a thing as a cougar that doesn't manipulate you. I've dealt with cougars before, and I see the games that they play. So how are we leaving that off the table? Y'all just want to go ahead and dog men tonight, but I'm gonna land it there for now because I don't want to do that. But let's go.
All right, go ahead, Jasmine.
Okay, I'm gonna start it off with just this. How old do you think I am?
25.
22 and a half.
Like 20 what?
Is it 22 and a half?
Okay, boom. So I'm 33. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of these people out here are young as hell. They're old as hell, but you won't even know. Like a lot of these men now walking around, they got young spirits, just young vibes. Like you will not know these men are in their 50s. I met a guy the other day, and he's like, I thought he was maybe early 30s, late 30s, but he was like 50 something. So if he would have hit on me, he probably would have been able to slide because I'm not looking at his age. I'm looking at, oh, you're a nice looking dude. You're cool, da da da. So it's just like, you should be going based off of your preferences, your vibes, not your age or whatever. Unless she really is a child, unless he really is a child, like you're not even at your parents' house yet. You fresh out 18, but once you're 18, you can literally get married. So it's like, yeah, you may not be developed, but you can be out here married, living your life, buying a house, do what you want to do. So if you can drink at 21, you can make your decision. But I don't know why we're making that guy out to be a predator, like the doctor dude. My only issue with him was that he was just like, oh, you're too young and stuff like that. The age has nothing to do with it. Like your maturity level has everything to do with it. Because I know at 16, 17, 18, I was very mature. And even at a young age, we're raised to be women. Like if you're raised in a household with two parents, stuff like that, you're just raised to be women. I'm carrying around baby dolls. I'm raising fake kids. Like I'm doing all the things to become. I'm playing house every day. Like these are all the things that I'm doing. Like I can't wait to be an adult. So a lot of these girls mature a lot faster, and it could be the fault of society, it could be the fault of whatever, but that was all we did. Even back in the day, was just being groomed to be wives, mothers, all these different things. Like now we're basing, our life on careers and things like that. But back in the day, all it was I want to be a wife, I want to be a mom, I'm gonna have a family, and that's it. So a lot of them started very young, like 16 and all that type of stuff, which is terrible. Unfortunately, I hate that, like child marriage, child brides, like that's horrible, especially if they were forced into it. But if they made a choice like, oh, I choose Huck to be my husband, I love him, and she just thought that's what she wanted to do, then that's her choice. Like the prude and the, what do you call it? The connotation that the creeps have put on it in this world, because there are some really creepy men and women out here that are preying on people. They put all this negativity of surrounding, age and getting together. But there are some people that are just genuinely here, just looking for good vibes with good people, not determining the age or the gender or anything like that.
Okay, we're gonna go to Andrea and then Ham. But before we do, you said slide. Can you define it for me? What is slide? Slide.
Slide?
Yeah, you said the guy's he can slide on me.
Did I say that? I've been watching too much Power, probably. Ignore that.
Okay.
You know what it means.
Like I have my notepad down. I just was gonna take some notes. So
I've been listening to my niece too much. See, look. I don't know.
Go ahead, Andrea. Then we go to him.
Okay, so my personal opinion about this video, speaking of aside from the topic for a second. So my thoughts on the video was, I honestly feel like on both ends, the man and the girls, like I didn't feel like I heard them say anything about something of quality that wasn't like monetary value in it. Like I didn't hear them really say anything about intelligence, or I want someone I can hold a conversation with, or I want someone that we have chemistry. Like I didn't hear them say anything actually of quality to me or something worthwhile aside from material gain. So that's just my personal opinion on both sides. But more specifically, just touching base or circling around back to the conversation about whether it's predatory behavior or not. I think I feel like because we're having this discussion about the clip, which was basically the guy saying he doesn't want a younger girl, that's the only reason why we're discussing like men, you know, and a younger woman, basically just specifically with this clip in mind. But I mean, I feel like it's kind of ironic because I've seen
What
like
are you talking about?
I've seen a lot of men and just people in general. Oh, okay. Well, I can just sum it up if you guys want me to just not say anything.
Oh, you good? Go ahead, man. You know JR playing around. Go ahead.
Was that Sweeney that did that?
No, it was not. Do not put that on me.
I'm just asking for reference.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Andrea. Come on,
Go
Sweeney.
ahead, Andrea.
All I'm saying is that I kind of forgot what I was about to say. I think that is crazy because we have these conversations when we look at Jada and what's that young guy's name? August Alsina. It's easy for us to call out predatory behavior in situations like that. So yeah, that was kind of it. But then also, like, when has society ever really been right when it came to judging a person's age and maturity level and brain development scientifically? They're not developed until they're 25. Society isn't always right because they did used to like marry children off at the age of 14, you know. So when has society ever just been right with anything? I mean, society also said we couldn't vote because we were Black. How much stake are we going to put in what society considers to be adults because they can drink alcohol? That's all.
Science.
Yeah. Go ahead. Hold on.
Go ahead.
So Marcus read the definition of adolescence, Batty. So you can see the point of 21 to 25 being an adolescent based on the definition, right?
What he did was take what first came up in Google. But if you scroll down more, you will start seeing 24, 24, 24, 24.
Okay. That's a subjective thing. Okay.
So then, we still talk until about up to 24.
you saying you're still right. Okay. I just wanted to see. So
but she's right as well. Andrea's right as well because
question. I'm not really trying to get stuck on that, but question.
Okay, so go for it.
The second one, the heavyset girl in the video, she was dark skinned with the braids. She said he was too old, remember? And then once she remembered that he was a doctor, she then jumped back on it and say, "Oh, so you could take care of me?" Would you consider that predatory in that instance?
I give that. I think that's young girl behavior, really. Sometimes.
Would you consider that predatory in that instance?
I say what?
No.
Okay, so Sweeney, and that's why I felt sad when you was having that conversation with them because I knew the dishonesty was there. Za,
but I mean, it was manipulative.
Yeah. No, I'm just asking. So Za, question. When Batty said manipulation is a roundabout way to get people to do what you want them to do, it's not direct, right? Remember, she said that, you agreed. Yeah. And then when Sweeney said, "I'll buy you a house, car, this, that, and the third," you said, "Oh, that's manipulation." However, that's direct. So which one is it?
Well, we're not. Well, we're just speaking on it.
No. What I'm saying is you agree with Batty, right? But then when Sweeney gave you that example, you said that was manipulation. So are you having cognitive dissonance or are you just being dishonest?
It is manipulation. I'm going to explain why. And I'm going to explain why.
No. But I'm saying you agree when she said it was roundabout way of. She said manipulation was a roundabout way of getting people to do.
You're trying to like tick for tack, and I'm trying to explain.
No, I'm speaking directly in very. You know what I'm saying? I'm not pulling no punches, but I'm not being rude either. I'm just trying. I just wanted to know if you guys were being honest when you were talking to him, and that made me sad that we weren't in that instance.
Well, you're lying because it didn't make you sad, so we're not going to say that.
No, look at my face. Look at my face.
It did not make you sad.
We can all agree that manipulation is a roundabout way of getting something out of someone, right?
It is.
How does telling someone? Hold on, wait. How does telling someone? How does telling someone directly what you're willing to give to them in exchange for what you want from them? Manipulation.
But what would be the exchange then?
He says, "I want you to be my woman. I want you to do this for me. I want you to do that, and I'll take care of you. I'll give you a house, car, clothes, whatever you need in exchange for you being my woman." How is that manipulation?
Then I guess that's direct to a 21-year-old. I guess that's being direct for sure.
I appreciate the honesty.
How is that manipulation? Just because I feel like every relationship is the exchange of services. Like, you're gonna give me this, and I'm gonna give
transactional.
You just every
transactional for sure.
JR, can I say one more thing?
All right, go ahead, and then we'll go to Mark.
Lastly, I'm seeing. You know what I'm hearing, and I'm not talking to you guys unless you fit the criteria. But single women that are a little bit older, you see them as a competition. And then we start shaming men for wanting to be with younger women because you know you're competing for the same men.
Mm-mm. We're not competing for the same man. I
Yes,
don't
you
want
are.
no man who prefer younger women. I'm good on
You
that. They
wouldn't
can
know
have
that,
me.
right? He wouldn't tell you that when he approached you, right? He wouldn't be like, "Oh, I like 25-year-olds too." So you wouldn't know that. So it can only be nothing but competition.
Okay.
Mhm.
I mean, I'll let you have it, but I mean, it ain't going far. I mean, I'm pretty
You don't
sure,
gotta
and
let me.
maybe I'm wrong. When you get to know somebody, you start asking about their past relationships. So, that tends to come up.
What?
Age is
How
not
old
gonna
people
come
are?
up. Age is not coming up. You're not gonna be
Yeah,
like, well,
come
how
on.
old was she? Like, you're not gonna ask that. They're not gonna
I
even
ask those
tell you.
questions.
I definitely
It
I
ask
makes
ask
those
those
sense.
questions.
So
questions.
you're looking
Absolutely, I
for
do.
you're looking for those type of men not to date. You're gonna ask them directly that question.
Yep. When was your last relationship? How long was it? Yeah, I want to know their history. So I
And how
I
wait, you
ask that.
missed it.
Yeah.
How old was she? You forgot that part.
Yeah, I do ask how old she was. Absolutely.
I mean,
Oh,
and I think that kind of like eventually comes around when you start getting to know people, especially if you're in a city and people are fucking everybody and each other. So you kind of eventually start knowing who a person is dealing with. Eventually, that's just my opinion.
All right, we're gonna have to close this off in a little bit. Go ahead, Marcus.
I just want to say that I believe in manipulation. There's a positive and a negative form of manipulation, right? The positive being contravence. Manipulation is just navigating something skillfully to get a desired result. We manipulate the world, the environment. If you had a job trying to get a promotion or raise, you're manipulating in a skillful manner to achieve a desired result. So that young lady, when she didn't want somebody that was older, technically she was manipulating her dating market or her dating pool. And that man, when he talked about uh, she would be too much emotional labor, he was manipulating his dating pool to get the desired type of woman within there. That's why I congratulate him at first, because he was specifically looking for something. So he's skillfully navigating the dating market. It's positive manipulation.
Yeah.
Another word would be contravence.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Guys, just tune in. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Let's make sure we hit that like button and make sure you subscribe. Let's go and get to these super chats. What's going on? Risky, appreciate it. Became part of the Green Gang. Salute to you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can I sit for Andrea tonight or no? I know she a little wild and maybe a tad bipolar, but she's cute, so I can fix her. Hit my line, shouty. Dale Matthew of 19 months says, get these likes up. Using the one variable to determine a long-term mate isn't practical in a complex society. Youth, beauty, maturity, femininity aren't mutually exclusive. Why do women do this? They claim to be smarter, more mature, and are adults. Yet as soon as a guy is 10 years older, suddenly she's a child with no agency. Adults aren't children. None of these women called Keisha Cole a predator when she was 40 dating a 19-year-old and stopped using the term predator correctly.
She sure was predatory. You didn't ask about Keisha. Oh.
Jean Steele, member 18 months, says, I want to ask the panelists who are not married, what would be your age range? Anybody want to throw out an age range?
35 to 50.
That's a huge guy. Man, boy, I tell you. Boy, I tell you. I got an even better question. Because we always hear that women are mature faster than men, right? What age do you think is a 25-year-old's equal for a woman?
What do you mean?
Male
Early
30s.
30s. Early 30s.
Yeah.
So about 7 to 10 years?
5 to 7. Yeah.
Are you
Around
early
25,
30s?
about 5 to 7. Because I feel
Yeah,
like,
that's good.
yeah, about 5 to 7. Yeah.
All right. Women should have their adult age raised to 25. Oh, wait. Women have fought for years to be treated like adults, and they can do anything a man can except pick a mate who is older. I'm out. Ink in the Basement says, Mr. Let Go isn't on tonight, ladies. No new tires. Mr. Let Go is a regular panelist. And he likes to eat bud and buy women tires. So I'm talking to you. I know it's your first time. So, but if Mr. Let Go would say he may have offered that. Shout out to the panel. Can a young woman not be a predator to an older man? She's preying on his resources. How is that the predator? Christopher, they
Smart.
said, good luck with the cap on the panel.
Ah,
Camp, I'm sorry they hurt you. You're a
Thank
victim.
you. Thank you.
Oh, I love Lady Dash. She's slick, petty, and Jasmine. Jasmine, you got some parts right there. You got a fan out there. Black people in these age gap conversations are annoying, especially their frontal lobe BS. So an adult isn't an actual adult until they're 30, question mark. Thank everybody that's contributed to the platform thus far. Let's go ahead and keep it cracking. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Everybody good? I'm going to do a well-being check. We good?
Yes, sir.
All right. A lady that came in spitting fire. Must got a recharge last night or something. Okay. Let's go ahead and keep it.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. Okay. We will behave better when we believe we. That's right. We will behave better when we believe when we can have better. Maybe a typo is there.
Go let a nigga crack with some Yeezy slides and some basketball shorts on and got nothing to offer them. It's funny, man. A lot of people self-sabotage in good relationships. One of my mentors, Jamone Glenn, said something. He said, people can't behave beyond what they believe. So if I don't believe that I can have a good relationship, when something good presents itself to me, I'm gonna make it fit, look like, perform like what I believe I can have. If I only believe I can have trauma, disruption, arguments and fights, break up to make up, I'm gonna take a good thing and break it down to a bad thing to fit within my box, my paradigm, understanding of belief so I can behave properly in it. I don't know how to behave in something good because I never believed in good. We can't behave beyond what we believe. That's why you see people self-sabotage. That's why you see people run from good situations. That's why you see good men get broken by bad women. That's why you see good women be broken by bad men. And I done seen good men walk outside of a great house, a woman cook, clean, do everything, submissive, take care of the kids and all that, and go kick it with somebody that look like, I ain't gonna say the name. I've seen women have the best man, everything that they prayed for.
Go to you, Trev. We will behave better when we believe we can have better. Your thoughts, sir?
I could definitely attest to the sabotage portion of it, right? There are some people, due to trauma, in my opinion, in most cases, where they'll deal with a horrible relationship prior to that, and they'll bring that baggage over to the next one. It'll cause them not to be able to trust people, cause them not to be able to open up to people, to be honest with people, to love people, and it will definitely not be good for you. We watch people make bad choices all the time. We pick people for the wrong reasons, right? You chasing money, or you chasing a woman that's beautiful, but she's really just a nasty human being on the inside, and that's what we do. Just because she looked good or she got a fatty, that's what we want, and she might be good arm candy. But when it comes down to it, trying to get on with somebody and to cohabitate with somebody, it's disaster. And I see a lot of people choose to do just because he might be wealthy or because he has a certain look, and or it's just a good look for everybody else. But for you, it's not. This person might have their own bag. This person might be damaged, and you think it's going to work, but it won't. So plenty of reasons.
All right. Go ahead, Jasmine.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a fact. I used to sabotage my relationships when I was younger just because I didn't believe. What? Yeah, I didn't believe that I was like attractive, so I didn't believe that I was like well enough to have someone. So when I did have this one boyfriend, I pretty much kept telling him, "You're just gonna end up cheating on me anyway, so it doesn't matter." Like, no. Like, you're gonna end up trying to leave me for someone better. So I didn't believe that I deserved better, and I was in a very long relationship, like right after college, that was really toxic, and it was just. But I stayed because I feel like, well, maybe this is all I deserve. Like, maybe this is where I'm gonna be at. But then once the frontal lobe developed, as we were talking about, at 25, 26, so I was like, let me get myself together. Like, I deserve much better and all this stuff. But And then after that, you just start making better decisions. You start realizing, okay, this is my worth. This is what I deserve. This is what I want. And when you do start believing that and seeing like, yeah, I do deserve it, I can have better, then you do start acting better. You start setting more standards and being more poignant and, just not accepting any type of behavior. Like I was a little harder on my partners after that. So maybe they could have called me difficult or whatever, because I wanted so much for them and I like to take on projects, as like I call them. So it's like, it's just, I don't know. It turns into one or the other, but either way, I definitely think you'll start getting better once you believe you can have better.
All right, go ahead, Hemp.
No, something Jazz said that resonated was, she said, let me get myself together. Before you start believing, you got to start making sure you improve yourself for the results that you're trying to obtain. Manifestation does not work, not without work. So that's one thing. And that's why I wish men would play sports, specifically just men. Well, not, I'm saying women, whatever, but just men, because you learn, especially like football, you might miss a tackle, you might get ran over, but you got to get up and play the next play. Right? People stay down too much. And I'm just thinking sports is something that everybody can get into that'll help them improve getting over disaster. Because the next play is coming regardless if you want it or not,
I like that. I like that. Go ahead, Lady Da.
Yeah, I agree with that point. And what Jasmine said as well. I believe sports are some type of, a space where you can just always be practicing and you have to perform. So anything, it don't have to be just sports. It could be, if you're a lady, dance or anything in that nature, where you have to consistently exercise. You have to improve yourself, your look, that builds your confidence. When it comes to you doing, let's say, a dance move and you fall and, you not doing it right. Okay, get back up and do it again. Or if you fall during a performance, you have to get back up and continue because people are watching. So I think a lot of those does help the development of a person. And, when it comes to a relationship, you can use those skills. Don't forget it. Take everything that you've learned in your childhood and bring it to adult life and make it make sense. So when you're in a relationship, you won't look at it and say, oh, well, I'm not good for this person. No, you don't think like that. Just be confident that, if you don't think you're as good, just try. A lot of us are not even trying. We're just getting in a relationship. They do one thing wrong and then we're out the door. I used to do that. And back in the day, that don't work. You got to learn, okay, well, why don't I like this? Let's figure out, is it a trauma? What type of trigger is it coming from? Let's work on, why am I upset? It starts with you first, and then, depending on who you're with. If you're with somebody toxic, then obviously you have to know what toxic look like, and don't pick those type of people. And then when you learn that through relationships, failure, then you decide to pick, okay, I need to pick this type of man, or I need to pick this type of lady. And then now your skills that you've learned through all of that, you can implement it into a new relationship, and don't give up. You have to stick with it and keep going.
All right, go ahead, Zaza.
Kind of what everybody else is saying, everything starts with self-love. When you know yourself and you know your worth and you know who you are for real, you're able to understand what you deserve. When you don't know your worth, when you feel shitty about yourself, when you're talking down on yourself, when you're allowing all those negative emotions about yourself creep in, it could be the best person in the world in front of your face and you're just like, okay, but me. And it's like, you're fine. So I think it's about your self-worth and understanding that. And a lot of people don't understand the self-worth. That's why they sabotage a lot of relationships, because they be like, this is too good to be true. It's not too good to be true. You deserve this. I'm a firm believer that even when you at your lowest point, you still deserve that. And I think a lot of people take so much action, like we have to like be our, like we have to, fix ourselves before we do anything. And we need to be this person before we ever get into this. And it's like, sometimes it just happens. And if it happens to you, it's okay. You can fix, you can get through it. Sometimes that person might be there to help you learn some stuff or to make you a better person. And I just feel like people just need to, allow these wonderful things to happen in their life, but it does come with self-worth first. You have to understand who you are and what you believe in, but also know that you do deserve everything that God puts for you in front of you.
All right. Somebody about to say something. Go ahead, Sweeney.
Zai. So if you're a good woman and you get a man and he dogs you out, but you give him everything in the world, but he still dog you out, do you believe it would be justified for me to tell that man he deserves you? He deserves a woman like you?
I mean, maybe he deserves me, maybe he doesn't. You know what I'm saying? I feel like those are life lessons that I have nothing to do with. I was put in front of this man for whatever reason. You know what I'm saying? That's on that. We've all been in relationships that we served a little bit way too long for. I feel like every woman has. You know what I'm saying? So whatever reason I was meant for, whether it was a lesson for me or whether it was to help him in whatever way it was, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's not really up to me, but I don't get what your question is. Like, what are you trying to ask me? Does he deserve me? Obviously he doesn't. Duh.
Well, I mean, you said that we all deserve, even if it's good, you deserve that person.
I'm
You
saying
deserve that. So I was just asking.
Yeah, no, for sure. What I'm saying is that, for example, a woman right now or a man right now could be going through hell in their life. You might have lost your job. You might have, you know what I'm saying? You might be in a fucked up situation. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the case is. And you might meet somebody at a grocery store, right? And this person is actually breathing life into you that maybe you might have just needed. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's okay too. I don't know how that will end up. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it'll work, maybe it doesn't. But I'm just saying, leave your door open for love. You know what I'm saying? Leave your door open for magical things to happen. That's what I'm saying. I feel like sometimes we put ourselves so low, and we when we're in these fucked up situations, we be like, no one deserves me. No one deserves me. Look at me. Look what I'm going through. But it's like, always be open. Even when you're learning your self-worth and you're learning yourself, always be open to what the universe could give you through other people. That's all I'm saying.
Well, the reason why I asked the question was because within the context of within the context of the question, you said your beginning statement was that I don't get why we have to tell people that they need to improve themselves in order for them to get the results, get the best results. You deserve the best results, or you deserve the good that comes to you. And I was just asking, so even if you are a terrible person and you get a good person, would you honestly say that that person who's a terrible person, terrible human being, didn't improve themselves, didn't do the necessary work, deserves a woman or deserves a man who did do the work, who did do all of that, and they're giving this person all of that? That's all I was asking. Would you answer it?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I don't think people deserve anything. You have to work for it. Like, I don't think you just get it because you're living and you're existing. God gave you, the time to exist, but then you have to do your work with it. No one deserves nothing, not even your kids. They got to work hard for it. If they want money for, the new PS4 or whatever the hell is out now, you got to work for it. You're not just going to get it because you're my child, unless you, came with a good report card or something like that. I think we spoil people too much and giving them these thoughts. I'm not saying you have to look at yourself and be like, I don't want life. I don't know if you was alluding to that. Like, I don't deserve nothing. And then you trying to end your life. No, like, that's to the extreme. But I think that people should work for what they want, not just have it given, unless it was a silver spoon from your parents or something like that. But otherwise, no, you got to work for that.
I have something to say.
Hold on, real quick. I don't know when he was you finished, Winnie?
No, she can go ahead. I'll go after her.
Okay.
Are any of you familiar with imposter syndrome?
Yeah, I've been guilty of it.
So when I saw the video, I can't say I was the person who was doing the sabotaging, but it's been several relationships that I've been in that when I was in it, I didn't understand what it was. But once I got out of it and, look back, I'm like, oh, this is a real thing. People really do, sabotage things that they don't feel like they're good enough to have because they don't believe it's true. So I 1000% believe him, because if you with somebody and you like, how did I end up with them? Like, they're too good for me. This must be a trick. He must, be manipulating me. He must, there's something to this. He doesn't, or she doesn't just love me for who I am. Yeah, something's going to happen and I'm gonna get them before they get me, or Yeah, so I'm gonna say that, yeah, I definitely believe that we do that, and we got to be conscious of that. So that's pretty much all I have to say. My head is killing me, y'all, so I'm trying.
You're gonna be okay, man. Just battle through it. We got you. Drink you a glass of water. Take you an Advil. Um, to answer the question, because I've been seeing this shit scroll across the bottom, and it's been wrecking my brain. We will behave better when we believe we can have better. What that's basically telling me is that everybody needs to be incentivized to behave. Why do you need to be incentivized to do what you're supposed to do or behave properly? And let's assume that it's true. Then a lot of the things that we do in these relationships, a lot of the problems that we have, if these people don't feel like they're getting what they deserve out of the relationship, why should they have to behave?
That's how we were raised. I mean, all the way from childhood, everything is incentivized. Grades, like she said, PS4, your kids. So I feel like that we kind of programmed.
Well, but incentives also work, Sweeney. That's why the NFL is so much more competitive, because those contracts are incentive laden. So when you see those guys playing at their utmost, is because that 10th sack equals $100,000. So incentives actually push people to do better. So if I'm going on a cheap trip, like to the Caribbean or something, my workouts are a little bit harder leading up to that trip, because I want to walk around with my shirt off as much as possible. You feel me? So that's just regular shit to incentivize people to do better.
No,
I mean,
yeah, I'm not in total. I'll just question it, because if that is the case, then when people say that you need to become the person that you need to become the person that you want wants, that should be true across the board. Then we should all be willing to accept that premise, because we're saying that you need to be incentivized to behave. So for a woman to behave the way that she should, then you need to be able to incentivize her to behave. And if you want a man to do the things that you need him to do in a relationship, there needs to be an incentive up for it.
Well, I think the statement to me is reading confidence. Like, think of a crackhead on the street. Do you think they believe they should have, or not should, can have better?
Nah.
I don't think a lot of crackheads on the street think further than their next hit.
Well, before they became that, right? What put them on the street? They didn't have confidence to do better in life. It was kind of like, who knows, trauma after trauma. I'm just going to use that simple term. Trauma after trauma. Some people, they need guidance. And it's consistent guidance. And of course, it comes with self, because you have to accept it. But I don't think those people believe they can have better. So that's why they're in their situation.
Lady,
and that's anybody.
My bad.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead. That's it.
JR, can I say something? Or you was going to somebody? Okay.
Go ahead.
No, just real quick. Lady Di, I wish he would have used the word confidence then, because it's the belief thing, is that self-love, that I deserve. What that ends up trickling down to is delusion, right? Because it doesn't have work in it, right? That's not what happens when people are doing this self-love shit. And that's why black people are the most overweight people in the country, because all this self-love stuff, they should like me for who I am. No, that's not how life works. So I think it's a dangerous thing how he put it, because it takes much more than what's scrolling and what he said in that video.
Okay. Go ahead, Andrea.
I think that some of what he said is true, but I don't think that's always the case. I think to be real, like, some people like toxic behavior. It kind of, get them excited, get them aroused. So I mean, sometimes people no. I'm just saying that I feel like sometimes people have their own reasons to why they have toxic behavior. I don't think it always has to be like something, like, obviously it's not okay to like do something like, completely out of pocket, but sometimes people don't want boring. People don't want perfection. I feel like we are inherently into things that are bad for us sometimes. Like, we focus on the negative more than we focus on the positive all the time. We like the drama. We like it's the reason why Real Housewives of Atlanta is still on in intervention or hoarding isn't still on, where they go around and help people or feed the children or whatever. We like drama. We like toxic behavior. And I feel like until people start getting real with themselves about what they actually like and find someone that could, you know, be on the same type of time with them, I mean, I don't know.
That's why being intentional when you're dating is so important. Like, that's so important when you're dating, is being intentional and seeing like what somebody wants and doesn't want. What, you know, Trev wants might be different from what I want. You know what I mean? And it's like, you have to speak through it. That's why dating is so fucking important. So you can actually get to know that person and be like, you into toxic shit? Great. We can be a couple. Or what you trying to do? You trying to be cool, calm, and collect? Cool, let's do that too. But I feel like a lot of people are not intentional when they're dating and they don't talk through it. And it's just so, everything's so fast paced now. It's like, what's up? You like me? Cool. Great. And that's it. It's not like, who are you? Like, what do you want from me? Like, what do you want out of relationship? So I feel like intentionally dating should be a thing this year.
Go ahead, Andre.
And then too, sometimes toxic behavior can be addictive. Like emotional, like let's be honest, like it can be addictive. There's dopamine that's going off every time you're having this passionate argument with your partner and then having passionate love making afterwards. It's the dopamines are shooting. It's one extreme to another extreme, and it can be addictive. That's why it's so difficult to get out of toxic situations, because it's like you guys both know that it's not necessarily the best behavioral styles, but I mean, it works for you.
I think the problem with that, Andrea, though, is that I don't think the problem is that people can't find, especially toxic people, can't find someone that aligns with them on a same toxic level. I think the problem is that a lot of people, specifically women, want it all. And what they don't realize is that the guys that exhibit that toxic behavior lack in other areas that they find undesirable. So what they would do is they would go after guys that do have those, and then they would create a toxic situation out of that. So for instance, that's pretty much it. I think with the desire to want it all is where the problem lies. I want a toxic situation, but I also want him to be smart and understanding and things like that. Well, that doesn't happen with a toxic person. A toxic person isn't understanding. A toxic person isn't emotionally intelligent, so to speak. But you love a toxic situation.
I don't think that's altogether true. I don't think that's altogether true. You can be completely aware that you could have emotional intelligence and be completely aware that you're tripping, and you just decide to do it because you want to do it. I don't think it has anything to, I mean, I get it, but I feel like it just is what it is. Like, if I decide to be toxic in a relationship and you feel like you're not, you know, a guy into toxic behavior, then why are you still talking to me? It's so much easier to just.
That part.
But I think that's what happens a lot of the time. That's why a lot of relationships do actually end. Because of that very reason. Is because someone in that situation is toxic, the other person doesn't like it, and they walk away.
They don't walk away, they stay. That's why you have so many toxic relationships.
Because most people are single, so I don't see people staying.
Yeah,
most people are single.
They try to go and find someone else because they think there's so much better out there, and then they come right back to you and they're calling your phone trying to figure out where you're at and what you're doing because you're not tripping on them. They like that behavior, so just stand in it.
I think you're speaking anecdotally here, but okay.
We're going to get Marcus. Go ahead, Marcus.
Shout out to Nip. That's all I was thinking about when they was talking. He said, "Don't be surprised if you don't get what you never wanted." And I could tell you if somebody's going to achieve their goal or whatever it is they want if they tell me they why. So like for me, for example, I dealt with abandonment because of my childhood. I knew I wanted to raise my kids and be there no matter what. I wasn't going to be they weren't going to be raised in a broken home. So because that was the root of how I was moving forward with structuring a relationship, I'm trying to make sure I don't create a situation where I could potentially end up in divorce. So knowing that I'm going to structure the relationship from the very beginning, that these are the parameters in which we're going to operate. We're not going to be arguing. We're not going to be fighting. We're not going to say anything harmful to each other. If we need to take a moment, I'm setting real clear instruction on how we engage in conversation and how we communicate. And by doing that, it creates the better that I believed that I could have. Because my why was that I wanted to make sure that my relationship didn't end in a divorce and I didn't lose my kids. That was extremely important to me. It's very true. When you believe you can do something, then you can actually set steps in place. The problem is most people don't have steps. Most people wish for something, don't have any tangible metrics, don't have any guidelines that they operating under, and then they just hoping, moving forward and wandering directions. So when people talk about they want leadership and they want all of these things, unless you willing to set up a structural program for how you want your life to go, you won't get no better. If you willing to accept a whole lot of, you know what I'm saying, bullshit within the relationship, it won't be no better because you don't see yourself having, I know Andrea said perfect is boring. Boring to me sound like my kids have an excellent life and I don't have no stress or die early from John Henryism or anxiety or have a heart attack. So it's really about what you want. And I believe you 100% right. Some people do want toxic. I think it's a lot of people that's in denial about it.
I don't think it's okay to like be toxic while you have children. Like, I'm not saying put the children in harm's way. And I'm also not saying that there's like there's levels to toxic. So I'm not saying that we should be like beating each other up in front of the children. But I mean, sometimes you gotta have a little, you know, spiciness in the relationship. I just think that you guys are just like really just reading this whole situation wrong. I think I need to just understand that life happens, and I'm not saying that you guys need to be killing each other. I'm just saying sometimes you like a little bit of toxic, and sometimes it can be okay.
I wouldn't say I like toxic. I just like a little bit of spice. Like, I don't want you to be out here cheating. I don't want you to be out here doing it crazy because then I'm going to turn into a killer. So it's like, I just want you to just be a little, you know, fun, a little edgy, but just, you know, not crazy. Because I did have a really nice guy, like really nice guy. Everybody said he's a really nice guy. And I left him just because it was, like you said, boring. Like, it was like, it's just so nice. And everybody wants that until they get it. And then it's just like, oh my God, like, you're such a prude.
You can't expect me to take you seriously.
Everybody want toxic until they get it.
I do not.
Everybody say, I want a little bit of toxic. There ain't no such thing as that. A lot of people are all the way.
It's not. I think you could be, okay, one extreme is like breaking somebody's car window or chasing them down the street in your car and running to the back of their vehicle at a red light. That's one but there's
Jasmine, let me ask you a question. So the nice guy, you didn't like him. The toxic guy, how long did that one last?
Listen, probably like
exactly. Thank you.
Like this though, it's like I want somebody to still, you know, put me in my place at times and stuff like that. Because I know sometimes I can get a little spicy. So Mr. Nice Guy, he's just a yes man. He always just yes, whatever you say. Like, you letting me run over you pretty much, and I don't like that. I want you to be like, sit down. Like, no, this is what we eating today. Like, stop. No, we're not doing that. Like, because I got ADHD, so I'll be all over the place sometimes. So it's like, you gotta sit me down sometimes. And
I don't want Steve Urkel.
That's not.
You don't want like up in your ass all day.
What you trying to get, you can get that out through sex with BDSM or something like that. You don't have to have that operating within a relationship. You can get completely dominated in all those feelings you're talking about via sex. It does not have to occur in the actual relationship.
How do I know if I didn't make you mad? How do I know you can't fake being mad? So how are we gonna have a sexual experience where you're supposed to be mad at me when I don't believe you because I know you're not really mad?
Right.
That's what the begging and stuff is for.
No, I'm not gonna beg. It's gonna make you mad.
No, that's
everybody wants toxic and crazy until they get it. And then all of a sudden, when they crying on their friend's shoulder, talking about he's a narcissist.
Well, girls.
But let me ask you this: Is toxic the frame that we're really getting at? Is that what you really want? Is it toxicity? Because Jasmine, it didn't sound like you were saying what you were describing was toxic per se, right? You're screaming toxic right now, but it didn't sound like that. You sounded like you were looking for a dude that's going to stand on his square, right? And be you know what I mean, and be about his business and not be run over. That's different. That's just a man that's able to hold his masculine frame. It doesn't sound toxic at all. You just don't want to push over. And women do this, and they call this your general shit test, right? And they basically want to make sure that if you let them run over you, then they won't feel like you can protect them, right? So because they'll understand that you are soft And when it comes to something real, you can't protect them. Just like if you watch like animals and stuff, how sometimes the men have to display their masculinity and show them. So even the animals are doing it. That's their shit test. They want to make sure that you are able to protect. And being that they can't really spar with you, right? We could slap box probably, but you know, that's not that practical. So you'll just give me goofy shit tests like that to see how much you're going to get over. But then once you realize that I'm standing on my square and it ain't happening, then you're like, oh, okay. That's all it is. You just want somebody who's going to check you when you're supposed to. So that's understandable. But don't describe it as toxic because it doesn't sound like you were describing toxic. Andrea, I don't know. You might want a little bit of toxic. I think that's different because you want a little bit more. And I understand that too. What we're saying, right? I don't think that this man doesn't exist, but it's far and rare that you're going to find it. I know what she's talking about because I've seen it work before, right? So it's not like impossible. It's just not. So we're going by probable and then possible, right? And that's the only difference. Like men, we normally dwell within the realms of probability, where women generally are looking at what's possible. So they'll say, I really want this guy because it's possible. My homegirl got one. But there's really not that many of those guys out there. You know what I mean? So not to say you won't find them, but you're going to have to really be intentional about sourcing this man.
I mean, just a little bit of toxic. It doesn't have to be like Ike Turner or something. I mean, I don't know.
No, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of those though. You're going to have to be intentional about finding this dude. That's all I'm saying. Because it's not a lot of them that can actually be a little bit toxic, but still manage to really get his business on when he need to. It's tough to find those guys. And that's what Sweeney was talking about. It's not a lot of those guys out here.
No, it's just the fact if you don't, some girls don't want Steve Urkel, they want Stefan. And I think that's okay. You know, it's okay too. It's okay for them to be choosy and selective about what they want. And I don't know why we're saying that they want it all. Like they can't have it all. They can have it all.
No, they can't. But
they can have it all.
I think see, the problem with that is, and this is why I said they want it all, because when does he have to turn it off? That guy that stands on his square with a lot of women such as Jasmine and Andrea, he doesn't just turn that off. He doesn't say, oh, I'm going to stand on my square in this aspect, but over here I'm going to be like, no, I'm going to be a bitch in this one. No, he don't turn it off. So if he doesn't turn it off in the bedroom, he's not going to turn it off when it comes to the finances. He's not going to turn it off when it comes to where y'all go. He's not going to turn it off when it comes to telling you what to wear. He's not going to turn it off when he tells you stay your ass in the house. It's going to be on. And that's when you err into that direction of, oh, now he's being controlling. Now he's being a narcissist. But no, you said you wanted that toxic dude that'll tell you to sit your ass down and shut the fuck up. But you forgot that he could tell you to sit your ass and shut the fuck up when you wanted to wear what you wanted to wear to the club. And he was like, you do that shit, I'm gonna knock your head between the washer and the dryer. Now you sitting there wondering, man, maybe I shouldn't have I signed up for this shit, maybe I shouldn't have did this. That's why I said that it's you can't have it all, is because that type of dude doesn't turn it off. It's maybe. And the thing is not necessarily that it's a bad thing. If you want a man that stands on the square, you got to understand that means he's going to stand on the square across the board. It ain't going to just be in one aspect or the other. It's going to be across the board. So when he stands on the square and he says, no, the money's going to get spent this way, you can't say now he's being manipulative with the money, because that's the man that you asked for.
You know, that's why it's good to have a man that has balance, man. You got to have balance.
This probably require a mind shift.
100%. I'm talking about being abusive.
I'm talking about those guys that they talk about that they don't want. They don't know how to turn it on. And then the guys that's constantly like that, they don't know how to turn it off. But if you find somebody that got a little bit of something from both, man.
Sweeney.
Yeah, Andre, I'm not talking about an abusive man. I'm talking about a man that if he stands on this square in these aspects, he gonna stand on this square in most of the, if not all the aspects.
All I'm saying is that, like, so for example, you're talking about the girl who might not want someone who's controlling or whatever. Some girls do want guys that are controlling. It works. It's a working relationship. Some girls want to be I feel like it's deeper than just like, just go sit down and go do this and go do that. Some of it has a lot to do with their sexual compatibility. So if it works for them, it works for them. I don't think it always has to be like something that's completely like abusive in nature. Like sometimes it just might be that they have an understanding. Who's to say that the girl who has a partner who's toxic, she's as toxic as him. Usually toxic people draw to each other. So, I mean, I think it's a balance if both of them are toxic together and it works.
I think so. What you were describing is momentary versions of having somebody have control over you, like telling you to sit down was control over you, making you submit physically by choking you in your toxic in your scenario is having control over you. I think it's a natural thing for women to desire that feeling of submit. We back to the word submission, right? Because that's what submission would be, allowing somebody control over you. You used it in reference to sex, but it can be throughout the relationship, which can make that relationship, even though it's boring because you're operating within those parameters, you're operating under the understanding that he has control. That's what real leadership would look like when I would talk about pure submission. So you don't have to fight because you're being controlled in a way that you like, that turns you on. It does not have to be boring.
But the way how you, Andrea and Jasmine, are talking about wanting this type of man, and if you don't have this type of man, you want somebody to tell you to sit down. That mindset is toxic. You shouldn't want nobody to tell you to sit down. You should either know how to sit down and that's it. Or if you don't at the moment, you shouldn't want somebody to tell you to sit down. That sounds mad immature.
I think that, like I said, I think that whatever individual feels like it fits for them and works for them, your opinion is completely irrelevant. Whatever works for that person works for that person. And that's just it. Like, we could talk about how we feel about it all day long. But if this person decides that they don't want to leave this relationship, no matter how many times you say, hey, I don't think this is a good fit for you, and they want to stay, I can't force that person to leave. I can't force that person to stay. So for me specifically, I might not, personally, I don't really like the whole sit down and shut up kind of thing. That's never going to work for me. But what I do like is a little bit of toxicity where I like to argue. So every once in a while, I want a man who decides that he wants to go back and forth with me. And it's gonna, and it's men out here who don't mind going back and forth. It's sometimes where toxic could be something completely different.
That sounds draining.
So, I mean, I understand.
No, it's a lot of men that feel like that.
So, Andrea, your opinion, is cool, right? But I'm talking about results. You're not going to be able to have a long-lasting relationship like that. And that's the only thing I'm coming from right now.
Thanks for hearing.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, like, let's say in a vacuum, two toxic people together, bet. But I think, like I said, I don't think people understand what that comes with, because a toxic person is toxic. So you know what I mean? And I think what happens is people want to pick and choose when they receive toxicity. And so in one moment you feel like that toxicity is sexy, and the next moment you feel like that toxicity is controlling. You know what I mean? Because, like, for instance, Andrea, you said you like somebody that likes to argue with you. The last few weeks or whatever that we've been on this planet, I've been going at you. We've been arguing up a storm. Did that feel like fun to you?
I don't like you. We're not in a relationship.
So, I'm just saying, you said you like somebody to argue. I was just throwing it out there. Like, hey, look, we argue all the time. You didn't like them arguments.
Yeah.
Bruh.
You hit on me. But
That's different.
Let's be honest, y'all.
That's different.
Look, I'll put it like this. I think we judging a bit, right? So let's put this into integers, right? Two positives make a positive. Two negatives can also make a positive, right? So even though what you see personally as dysfunction, when you put two dysfunctional people together, it can match up and be functional. If you have two dysfunctional people, I'm not saying that's good. I can't say it's bad, though, because just because it doesn't work for me doesn't mean it doesn't work for them, right? Nobody else can tell you what's going to work for you, right? If it's not bothering anybody else and they're allowed to be themselves, right, in their own little bubble, as long as that toxicity that they call, and they're calling it toxicity, but it's what we're describing is toxicity, but it might not be toxicity if it's them too, and it doesn't bother them, and they can survive like that. The only part that kind of threw me off a bit was the going back and forth, because I feel like a man that would sit there and go back and forth with the woman might be sort of feminine, in my opinion. But outside of that, I could see the little bit of toxicity here and there, like, because some people are attracted to that, and some people don't have a problem providing that.
Trev, chill. You wilding right now. Toxic.
What we got?
Word is born. You know I love you. So
Go ahead, give it to me.
Across the street, across the street, right? They was arguing, right? Then he pulled his burner. So I got all the kids outside the house. So now I'm throwing kids in the house. This shit probably look like Fresh Prince. I'm throwing kids in the house, all types of shit, right? So that toxicity spills over. Imagine them two toxic people, Andrea and his feminine man, arguing upstairs, right? You saw what happened in Brooklyn. No, toxic, that shit spills over, especially in neighborhood and living situations. So it's inevitable. But I just
and that's a problem. But that was the one thing that I said. I said as long as it doesn't spill over into other people's lives, they're in their own bubble, not disturbing anyone else. It's between them two. It could be functional, and it doesn't mean that it has to be violent. It doesn't mean that they have to scream, right? We're not saying any of that.
Nah, but
and I'm not listen, I'm not saying it's good for me. I could never live in that life, but that doesn't mean that I haven't seen it work. It's rare. I understand that. It's not practical.
Never seen a time where two toxic
impossible, Trev.
No, Andrea gonna be screaming like a motherfucker.
I don't hear it.
You want to know why?
Marcus, what you think on that?
Trev? You know what the biggest problem with what you said, Trev, is?
Go ahead.
We assume that toxic and dysfunctional people makes the best decisions. They tend to make the worst type of decisions, i.e., those two toxic people work together as long as it's just them until they get into a heated argument. Then they fuck it off, and the girl wind up getting pregnant. Now there's a baby in that toxic ass situation.
But Andrea described a very specific situation. She said a sprinkle of toxicity. She didn't say that this person is inherently toxic and just wilding out all of the time. Like she's saying that they had a streak. So basically, I'm gonna tell you the type of person that she wants. She probably wants somebody that was like a former D-boy turned entrepreneur. That's like those type of things. Which is why I said it's not a lot of them. It's not a lot of people who play basketball, like somebody like Kenya Martin or something like that. I don't know about him getting any domestics or whatever. This is just the type of people. And like I said, there's not a lot. She's going to have a very difficult time finding a person with that kind of a balance because it's not many of them that exist. But again, I've seen it work.
Sweeney, Trev trolling us, I think.
You think I'm trolling?
No, I know he is, bro. Like, he capping right now. You know damn well I ain't never seen a situation where two toxic dysfunctional people worked out and it didn't spill over into the family, the kids, the neighborhood. You hear people screaming up the street. You hear gunshots, windows getting busted out. I ain't never seen it just like, oh, they just over there just arguing amongst themselves, going crazy on.
And you know why? You know why, Sweetie? Because you've never seen it. Right? Because the people who I'm describing, the people who are Andrea's describing, you don't see it. It doesn't spill over into the rest of the world. Okay.
They don't exist.
So I want to preface this with saying he did clearly say it's a small, minute amount of people who can do this. And I know what he's talking about. And I would not advise anybody else to do this. And I've seen it work in a very, very minute case. You ever seen that old couple that fight like hell all day into because that's how they communicate? That's what he's talking about. I want to recommend that, especially in this day and age, because people gonna get the bloom. It's gonna get violent and it will spill out. But to his point, he ain't trolling y'all because he's talking about a very small portion of people, like an extremely small portion of people.
Marcus, them two old motherfuckers don't got Instagram though, bro.
That's why I said not in this era, but back then. That's what that
Yeah, we got to transition, y'all. We got to transition. You good, Zaza? Okay. All right, you good, Lady Di? I can tell Jasmine this her type of shit's toxic, so I can tell her.
Where the hell is Batty?
Headache.
Oh.
Yeah. If you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. AP Accountability Partner $20 says simple alert. Even though you ramble, you're a beautiful woman, Jasmine. I mean Andrea. I mean Jasmine. Hell, both of y'all are beautiful. Even still, Lady Di and Precious are the dopest chicks on these panels. The jury's still out on the other two. No offense, good news, y'all. At least haven't given me a headache yet, but it's borderline. My dogs on the panel, Marcus, Trev, Sweeney, 98%, 10 toes down. Shout out to the host, Lapeef JR. Nice to see you again, Hemp. The thing men find disturbing about women is they say they need multiple sexual encounters and relationships for experience, but come 30, they're still choosing the same man. When When does the wisdom drop? It would have been 100%, but Sweeney brings the average down. How serious respect.
Ain't that a bitch?
Sweeney, Zai has a better crossover than Al. AI.
Yeah.
What speaks to a mature outlook? A person who can find wisdom in another's folly, or a person who intentionally puts themselves in a bad, toxic situation so that they can learn from it, do better. Hink says Andrea is a walking issue. Buyers beware. Zai, be honest, you used to slash tires, key cars, and do ride bass to see if the guy's lying, huh?
Yep.
Sorry. I'm all right. What's it? But you consider 21-year-old lady as being predatory if she approached 51-year-old man for a lap or private dance in a strip club. Oh, Andrea, I like you when you're not in your maniac state. You actually make sense. That's attractive. Now, if you can somehow clone Lady Di and come through, I smell magic. Shout out to Hemp, the 33-year-old. Last thing, Zai. What does WBE means?
It's just typo. Be honest.
I'll be honest. Okay. One more time. Your cousins used to call you beat up on their boyfriend. Keep it 100. Stay out of. In the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus. That's all that sound. But Jasmine got left eye TLC tendencies. Jasmine looking like Penny Proud, all grown up after a second divorce and 2 kids. But I digress. Jasmine a snack or pudding, like from inside. They taste toxic to hear you abuse me. So choosing tonight, Andrea will put bleach in the coffee. And lastly, Andrea wants a crazy man to match her crazy. I thank everybody subscribe to the platform. Hit the like button. Also, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Go ahead and keep it cracking. Love yourself more than you love him. Love yourself more than you love him. Let me make sure I got the right one up.
This sounds like a Sadia.
Like who?
Sadia Khan. This sounds like something you just found from Sadia Khan.
Give me everything that you really want in a woman to be by your side. Let's just say you're looking for a wife. Give me some of the attributes, some of the traits. What must she have, and what can she do to make sure she's with Country Rain moving forward?
Love herself more than she loves me. I want a woman who's so involved in herself that she become better every day.
Okay.
And make herself happy.
Okay.
That's what I want. Because I tell a woman, man, and it ain't even a woman. It's with your kids, relationships, business. You cannot give nobody more than what you got in you. If you think you are, you pulling from somewhere else in you and that's what causes stress. That's what causes anxiety because you're stretching the rope too hard.
Right.
Man, if you work on you enough, you're going to be alert on other things.
Right.
So I just, it's like finding greatness in yourself. When you be great, you see the greatness in everybody. Like when people ask me about comedians, I tell people, man, all comedians funny. I never met a comedian who wasn't funny to me.
Right.
Now, it might be to a different crowd or whatever, but so when I meet a woman, man, love you. I'm gonna help you and love you more. Whatever you need to help yourself. So that means you might just drink more water. I tell, come on now, you can at least drink water now. If you ain't drunk enough water during the day.
Right.
That's easy to do.
Correct.
Now, I understand some things you can't do. You might got trauma, but water.
Right. You can get that.
That's 99% of the problem.
Right.
Because if you don't got water, you're going to be dehydrated, and you're going to get dehydrated thoughts. And whatever you come up with ain't going to last because it's dehydrated. Right. You know what I'm saying? So I just like, man, I want a woman to love herself, man.
So in other words, you don't want to be a hype man. You don't want to have to constantly tell a woman how beautiful she looks, how fine she is, how intellectually she is.
I want her to come tell me I know who I am. So if you want to go over there, that's your loss. And show me that, I want somebody to really believe that.
Believe in themselves.
Because I believe in myself like that.
Correct.
And because I know when you love yourself, nobody really can't tell you nothing.
Right.
You don't care about what people say. When you truly love yourself, nothing triggers you. Like, man, people never see me really say nothing online or nothing because I don't care. If people knew how much I didn't care, not a little bit, because I love Wayne.
Right.
I love Wayne.
Right.
Yeah.
So is that one of the biggest things women, you think women should care more about themselves, love themselves more? As opposed to trying to please the man?
Yeah, because you're gonna give him all of your love and he gonna run away with it. Because you gotta fill you up first. When you fill you up, trust me, man, when you do touch him, with everything you touch, gonna feel that energy. So it's just like you got to fill yourself up.
I love yourself more than you love him. I'm gonna go ahead and start with you, Zaza. What are your thoughts about that?
Again, self-worth. I definitely believe that. Definitely believe that, when you go into a relationship and you actually, let's say you love a man, but you love yourself more, there's a lot less bullshit you put up with. And when you got other things going on that your world just doesn't revolve around this man 24/7, it just kind of, I feel like it puts like an ease in the relationship, because it's like you said, I'm doing my thing, he's doing his thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you're not gonna, I guess, manipulate me, you know what I'm saying, into things, because I know what I'm doing. So yeah, I agree with him. I think that's very, very, very important. And I also think it's important that a man should love you more than you love him. So
I'm gonna be real. I don't think there's anything wrong with what he said, but I'm gonna tell you right now, that's tax bracket talk right there. That's rich man talk. Why? He needs that woman to love herself more than she love him, because if she, like he said, if you love me more than you love yourself, I'm gonna run off with it. And he got to keep the women up off his ass.
but men do that, period, whether they broke or not.
No. There's a
Like,
difference. There's a difference.
men will run off with your men will suck the life out of you if you let them, whether they got money or they don't.
But
What
there's a
men do.
difference. There's a difference. See, the man that you're talking about don't give a shit about her
I'm just
loving
talking
herself.
about in general. I'm
No,
talking about in general.
I get what you're saying.
You're saying that a man that has money and a man that doesn't can't do the same thing.
No, I didn't say that.
Asking that question.
I didn't say that.
Yes or no?
I didn't say that.
You kind of did.
No, I didn't. I said that what he's saying is rich man talk, because he said he needs you to love yourself more than you love him. Because he said, let's say for the sake of argument, you're right. Men run off with your love. He knows that if he runs off with that love, that comes at a cost to him. So he needs her to love herself more than she loves, so that when he gets what he wants out the deal, she's straight. She don't feel like, oh man, she dumped everything into him. That's that rich man talk. The people that you're talking about, they don't care anyway, because they don't have anything to lose. So of course they can run off with it, and you don't have to love yourself and all that shit, because they don't need you to love yourself.
I don't care.
He needs his women to love themselves, because he got something to lose if they don't.
Okay.
Go ahead, Lady Di.
So I agree with what he's saying to an extent. I think that women should definitely love themselves, because that's how they're going to be able to, put positivity into everything that they do. But if you love yourself like too much, I feel like it's easy for a lady to just leave. Like, and I'm not saying that the man is bad. Like, women are leaving good men. We just heard Jasmine say that, right? So I think that you should love yourself, but then make sure that you're not taking it over your head to where you're thinking you're better and you're leaving people. And, you making bad decisions because you think you're better, so just have like a maturity to your decision making, and, still treat your husband good, or whoever you're with, treat them good, and not just, oh, well, nah, you don't need that. I'm gonna do, stuff for me. I'm gonna go on every girl's trip and, be toxic as hell. Like, no, you still kind of gotta like have a level set. Like, just don't be too much.
Go ahead, Andrea. You sit over there, you rock it back and forth like you about to box somebody. Go ahead.
I think that everything that he said was true. I think that a woman should love herself more than anybody, more than anything. I think that it's nothing wrong with having enough esteem about yourself to realize that if the relationship no longer serves you, then you should walk away. If it's not something that is beneficial for you emotionally, or it's just a situation that's not healthy for you, then you should walk away. If it's something that you just feel like is, if you feel like it's not working, or this person isn't like putting in any effort, like, or not reciprocating the love that you're giving them, why wouldn't you walk away? Like, I think that's just like innate survival. Like, if something is not, if the love isn't being reciprocated, why wouldn't I walk away? So I think that everything that he said was right. I also think that going on girls' trips and doing whatever it is that you want to do and being toxic is also right as well. If you feel like that's what you do. If you feel like if that's what you want to do, then do it. That's a part of loving yourself too. Going and having vacations and doing what you want. It's you have one life and you should live it to the best of your abilities, and you don't have time to not love yourself enough to walk away. That's what I think.
Andrea, if men say, I want multiple women, you're going to say, okay, go ahead and do that.
I'm going to not really be in a position like that if I don't want to be in a position like that. If I feel like I love myself, that I feel like if I want to be in a monogamous relationship and I know that I'm fully capable of finding that because I love myself, and whatever I want is going to come to me, and I'm going to attract and manifest whatever I feel I desire, then I'm going to walk away. Why should I stay? Why should I settle for less?
No, I'm just going by your point. You keep saying, if I want my feelings.
Yes.
Like you keep saying
Yes.
that. So a man feels like he wants you and somebody else while you're in a relationship with him. And that's what he desires. So that's what you're talking about. What you're saying kind of don't make sense. You keep saying what I want and what I feel. I'm not saying you can't want stuff. I'm just saying you're just using that as an excuse to just do whatever you want. That's what I hear.
If I'm in a relationship with a man and he comes to me and says, hey, I think I want to be polyamorous. How do you feel about that? And it doesn't work for me. It doesn't work.
Exactly.
If he's transparent and honest about what it is that he wants, and I'm being honest about what I want, because we both love ourselves, honest with each other, and I feel like I need to walk away because it's not going to work for me, why wouldn't I walk away? Why would I settle for something I don't want?
Exactly.
What if he doesn't want to be honest? What if he just want to be toxic and do whatever the hell he want to do without telling you at all?
Well, that's his thing. That's not what we're discussing. We're talking about how much I love myself. So
I get what you're saying, but we talking about people having self-love. So he loved himself enough to say, I know what I want. I don't have to tell you shit. I don't have to be honest with you. I can go overseas and smash whoever I want and deal with whoever I want. And you don't have to be none the wiser.
he doesn't love himself because he's not being honest. He's not being honest with himself. He's not being honest with others.
He's being honest with himself. He's just not being honest with you.
Not self-love, though. That's being
How
a
do you
liar.
figure?
What you want to do? You want to be
Who
a liar?
says that a liar can't love themselves?
I'm sorry, what you say?
Who says that a liar can't love themselves?
If you can't be honest with yourself and others, you don't love
He's
yourself.
honest with himself. He's just not honest with you. That don't mean that he doesn't love himself.
Letting me finish, so I don't even want to talk.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Hamp.
I mean, yeah, I think it's called self-esteem. It's not called we-esteem. So I think that's what he's focused on there. So she can love herself all she wants as long as she put her man first. As long as he don't see no holes in her game regarding how much she loves herself. Don't give a fuck what's going on in her head. You know what I'm saying? Long as my plate made and all that before them kids, fucking kids. You know what I'm saying? So as long as she doing all the shit that need to be done, that self-esteem could be as high as possible. And I don't think Sweeney was totally off base. The men that you want, that you're going to have to get, Andrea, you're not going to like that nigga. But you're going to love him and you're going to respect him. Trust me, because that he going to be just like Sweeney said. And so with those men who out here grinding and getting it, you're going to have to be self-sustained. And I think Sweeney said rich, but really what it is just that drive. He not going to be home. He going to be working, doing shit, YouTube and whatever else he do. And you're going to have to self-sustain. That's why that loving yourself and then pouring into yourself is so important at that juncture.
I disagree with you. I feel like
Why?
Because I feel like
Hey, look, JR, put me next to her. Please. The hell you disagreeing with me for?
Because the man that I want is not going to be anything that Sweeney would ever be able to understand. So I don't believe that. And then it's like at the same time, it's like if a person is a liar, because I feel like that's what we're referring to, right? Like Sweeney was saying, if this person is lying to me.
No, not that person. My bad. Not that person. The person before that's never gonna be able to turn that energy off. Like he gonna be just like Sweeney said. I promise you.
Like what do you mean?
He not gonna be super nice. There's not gonna be a lot of negotiation. If you want to argue, it's not gonna go how you think it's gonna go. But you're gonna enjoy it. But you're gonna be like, I don't like this nigga, but I love him. You know, like Jody syndrome type shit.
Yeah, but that happens all the time.
To you.
So, huh?
to you. That's your speed. That's why.
No, I don't think the Jody thing is really. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it does work for me, but whatever. All I'm saying is that at the end of the day,
All right, Jr. She good now. She back in her. All right, she good now. Can you put me? All right, cool. She was bothering me for a second.
So go on about the liar thing. I want to hear more about that. Go on.
what do you mean? I think that goes for anybody, whether you're a man or a woman. If you can't be honest with others, you're not being honest with yourself. You're being a liar. When you look in the mirror, you don't like who you see,
and you really don't like yourself because you don't even trust yourself to tell the truth that somebody might actually accept it. You're so scary, basically.
Well, I don't know because I think because we're saying this about self. See, to not lie to somebody else, you have to care about what others or how others feel. Because let's say for the sake of argument, he didn't lie to you and you found out. And he said, okay, well, I didn't have to tell you. Like, for instance, if you go on that girls trip, you're going to come home and tell him, yeah, while I was on the girls trip, I was out there wilding out up in dudes' laps and giving lap dances and stuff. No, you're going to probably keep that to yourself. Because we also established that omission is not lying. I mean, it's also lying on a few shows ago. So if he goes and does what he wants to do and he doesn't tell you, that's not him. His honesty is not dependent on his self-love.
I think
his self-love is not dependent on his honesty with you. But this is under the assumption. Hold on. This is under the assumption that you say people get to do what they want. I don't believe people get to do what they want.
That's all I was trying to say. Like, I'm just going by the fact that you're saying you can do what you want. So that's why I gave like a crazy scenario about
Me
the
too.
women because.
So what I'm saying is this. You can, and this is the problem with society today. Like, I feel like we try to convince each other and everyone else that self-love looks like being someone who's a piece of shit. No, you can love yourself and be completely honest with somebody. You can love yourself and not walk around lying to people. You can love yourself and not have a closet life. I mean, if you really love yourself, let's talk about really loving yourself. When you look in the mirror, like, let's really have that honest conversation. How many people can have a conversation where they look in the mirror and really love and enjoy who they are, and when they go to sleep, they can sleep peacefully because they love themselves and they know they're a good person because they're honest, they're transparent, they can be vulnerable, they can be honest even if it hurts somebody's feelings. Honesty is love. So
I had to choose myself. Because care of yourself is self-care.
Watch a psychopath.
You got to stand on business.
Andrea, Jasmine, Zion. I'm just playing with y'all.
That's
But no, like
funny.
seriously though, because I think I think when we, and this, like I said, this is under the assumption we're talking about somebody that wants to do whatever they want. A person who, I think when we're talking about people involving other people. So of course you can love yourself and don't care and love whoever, exactly the type of person you are, but that doesn't mean that the world is going to rock with you when you do that. That's why a lot of people do what they want and they don't necessarily tell everybody what they're doing. Because just because you love what you're doing doesn't mean that everybody's going to love what you're doing. It's the seeking validation, and it's that level of validation, or if you want the results that you want, a lot of people lie to get it.
But that's
go ahead. I'm sorry.
What he just said was that he can walk into the world and walk into a room and not care what other people has to say about you. So that's exactly what he was saying. So I mean, that's what self-love is about. Like, it's when people start to say things about you or bring up things like how it's not letting outside things affect how you feel about yourself. So yeah, that's gonna come with pushback. That's gonna come with people not understanding you or choosing to like have you misunderstood. It's all of that is gonna come with the territory because a lot of people are uncomfortable when they see someone loves themselves. People are.
What's be wrong?
I'm willing to bet my bottom dollar that he has things that he know about himself that he would hate for the world to know. I'm willing to bet my bottom dollar.
All right, let's get Lady Di and Jasmine and whoever else haven't spoken.
So as long as whatever your self-love look like is considering, like if you're in a relationship marriage, you're considering your partner, your children, then I think that that's fine. But don't just, take them out the picture and do what you want to do.
Well, Jasmine, what are your thoughts about to love yourself more than you love him?
I definitely agree with what Country Wayne was saying. Just because it's harder when you're in a situation and you're insecure and you just not, super confident in yourself and you're in a relationship and you're just loving that man so much. And you're leaning on him to pretty much be, like you said, your cheerleader, bigging you up, making you feel good. And that could get exhausting for him over time. And he'll just, he might start leaning more towards somebody that's a little more confident or a little more, anything. So I feel like I've been through a lot of years of, not a lot of years, but a lot of therapy. So I've gotten to the point now where it's like, you can't tell me nothing about me. Like, cause I'm me, I love me, I am who I am, and you're gonna get what you get. So it's like now, because I love me so much, I'm not pressed about, whatever he got going on, but I'm still very considerate of my partner. So it's just, you still love him, but you gotta love you more, so that way you can give the best of you to the situation. Like, I'm giving you whole me, I'm giving you healed me. I'm not giving you unhappy me, insecure me, sad me, trauma me. Like, I'm giving you, I love me. This is bad. Where I'm giving you the best version, the best that I got, like Anita Baker said, and then you're gonna be really happy. So I think that's where I'm at with it.
All right. We haven't spoken this year. Everybody spoke? Oh, go ahead, Mark.
I completely disagree with him. Like, I couldn't disagree with him more. When that mindset is perfect for when I'm trying to just slide. I need you to love yourself enough to leave and not be mad. I need you to be, cool with us breaking up. If I'm just trying to hit, if that's all I want to do, I need you to love yourself more than you love me. If I plan on being in this relationship and us staying together, I need you to love me more than you love yourself. And vice versa. Because in order for me to sacrifice my life for my family, I gotta love my family more than I love myself. I'm literally laying down my life for them. When you had kids, you could potentially die in childbirth. You alter your body and all those things. You have to love your family more than you loving yourself at that moment. Like, in order for things to be reciprocal, you got to put that type of energy in where you can get that back out. If you love yourself more than you love me, you love yourself more than you love our family, you love yourself more than you love our kids, you end up in a situation like what he's in, with 5 to 10 baby mamas, 10 different kids. He one of the reasons I believe in polygamy, because I think they all should figure out how to love they family more than they love themselves, and work it out so all them kids have a stable family together. Like, to me, I think that's one of the biggest problems with relationships, because that's how you get I'm not happy and people leave. That's how you get divorces. That's how you get separated families. People don't sacrifice because they involved with they self. That's a huge issue for me. That's a huge issue for me.
I'll say something real quick. So here's the thing. Like, I'm not, like, we're not talking about, like, the clip wasn't talking about children and sacrificing yourself for your family. Like, it's a difference between sacrificing your life for your loved ones and your relatives and your children and stuff, as opposed to being, like, in a relationship with someone and loving yourself enough to know, like, what you deserve and what you don't deserve, and not being afraid to walk away if it's not a conducive relationship for you. I think that, to me, you're describing, to me, sounds more like codependency. If you feel like you love a person more than you love yourself, I think that that's kind of like codependent. Like, it's okay to be able to have a conversation and be like a problem solver. Like, hey, this happened. I don't like the way that went down. Let's talk about the things we could do differently. Like, okay, I don't like when you said this. Could you not say that to me anymore? Okay, we're having a conversation. But being in a situation where I feel like I love you so much that I don't want you to leave because I need you and I have to make this work because I don't want a divorce. I love you so much. I'm going to let you sit here and throw me. Like, no, I'm not. It's like, I feel like that's codependent. And I feel like that's healthy.
Nobody's saying that somebody
was
should.
healthy. It's funny, but JR, let me ask you this. You remember when I was telling you about how the building crashed down and I ran in and tried to say to the guys, and the entire time I was in that wreckage, I was thinking, if I die, I done cheated on my family because I only got one life to give and I'm giving it for this cause. I still did it, but I felt like I was cheating on my family. That was my whole thought when I was in there, because they're at the forefront of when I'm making decisions in regards to that. That's the type of mindset that I have, which is why when people be like, yeah, you could potentially get divorced and you could be, and they be like, are you arrogant or you don't understand? No, I completely understand. I tried to pre-solve all these problems, and part of that is not thinking like that. Talk to people that's gonna be together and don't even they can't even believe like divorce is like in the cards for them. Most of them will say something similar to that. Again, Country Wayne got a gang of, what do they call, broken families.
I have to say that
Rich man talk. He has no choice but to expect his women to be that, because if they weren't, they would be on his ass.
I just have to say something real quick. I'm sorry to stop you guys. All I'm saying is this. Okay, I get it. You're talking about like a whole family and children and stuff like that. Even okay, first of all, you know what? Let's talk about that, because how many people are in marriages that are not happy or healthy marriages just for the sake of not getting divorced? Like, when are we gonna stop acting like divorce is the worst thing known to man on this side of creation? Like, sometimes you do need to love yourself enough to leave, so the children aren't seeing how to operate an unhealthy relationship. Sometimes you do have to love yourself enough to leave. And I feel like we're sitting here creating the situation like, hey, I like, instead of get divorced, I'm gonna let you continue to kick my ass in front of my children because I can't divorce you. Like,
Nobody's telling anybody to stay in marriages for that, and that is happening to them.
no, you're not realizing that that's what you're saying. When
Yeah,
you're
you are.
putting
Yeah,
No, we're not. Literally, no, we're not. Nobody said
in a,
that.
se- in a
Nobody,
sense, kind of. In a
not
sense,
even Marcus said, stay in a relationship where you're getting your ass beat. Nobody said that.
But nobody.
nobody said he said that, but you're so busy trying to take offense, you're not listening to what I'm saying.
I didn't take offense to anything. I said nobody said that.
You know what I'm
Well,
saying is we create all of this fear mongering about divorcing or leaving if you need to, instead of asking ourselves, "Am I really divorce myself out of a happy situation?" Like, if you're not happy and you want to end your life and you're staying in a situation that is not healthy for you and your children, why are you letting society convince you that if you decide to separate, you're the bad guy?
you're a bad person. Mm-hmm.
So, Andrea,
It's Travis now. Go ahead, Travis.
So nobody realizes that that's just how we normally function, right? Most women love themselves more than the person that they're with, right? They love their children more than the person that they're with. They love their pets in many cases, and will do more and go out of their way more for their pets and love on their pets more than they love their significant other. So, and it's not really expected, right? But like Hip was saying earlier, we don't expect you to love us like you love yourself. We expect you to know the assignment, right? You have to understand the assignment. There's things that, because that's really all that matters. The duty, right? Can you perform your duties well, right? And it doesn't mean that you don't love me at all, but can you perform? That's most important. And that's what men really care about, right? Do you perform? Do you do what I need you to do as I'm doing for you? And like Marcus said earlier, we'll put our lives on the line, right? We put family first. We know anytime something get real, it's up to us. We have to be the problem solvers. Everything falls on us, and we accept it. And we don't expect women to. We don't need them to go out and do anything really for us but what the simple we ask. That's it. So we can't operate and say that, okay, yeah, it's not a real deal for him to say you want the woman to love themselves more, because almost all of them already do. It's almost no situation where a woman loves the man more than she loves herself. If you ever seen in that type of situation, you say something psychologically wrong with her, or it's abuse or something like that. When you look at 70 to 80% of women that leave, they didn't choose their family first. They chose themselves first. It's understood that women love themselves more than they love the man in almost all cases. It's only outline as I could say that it happens differently.
Word. Yeah. Well, even what Marcus was talking about, that's all duty. Like, that's a responsibility. That's principle. If I have to dive in front of a bullet in front of my wife, I'm not going to be thinking I love her. I'm going to say this shit sucks, but that's my job. Like that's how I look at things. Like for instance, I had a conversation on and like I'm not letting shit slide. Like if somebody call me a nigger and they don't look like me, somebody gonna get beat up, either me or him. Like I live my life based on principles. So those are just principles when Marcus was naming them out, But Country Wayne didn't say anything negative about divorce or anything. Everything he was saying was positive. So I'm feeling, I hope I'm using this word correctly, like a little bit of conflating this love with I gotta leave just in case. He didn't say anything of the sort. He's like, just make sure she whole and she good so she can be productive.
So what I'm speaking to is a mindset. Looking at the results of that mindset, and he's adamant about it. I don't think he just absorbed that, right? I'm not saying for somebody to have low self-esteem. I would never advocate for that. I'm specifically saying that mentality is the recipe for divorce. That is the recipe for a broken home. And people may not care about a broken home, but in the previous answer, I told you my reason for why I set my relationship up that way. It is because I don't want to have a broken home, right? And he's gotten the results of what he's saying. But he literally is living the results of that ideology.
But you said
that's why I made the correlation.
But also, when you were saying earlier, you made sure that your home wasn't going to be broken because of your past experience. So you thought that before you even. I'm speculating. You thought that before you came to the conclusion where I have to love my kids that I never met more than I love myself. You had a goal that you were going to reach no matter what because you're not going to be defeated. I don't know if this part had anything to do with that.
Wait, rephrase that.
I'm saying you driven, right? So you knew based on your experience growing up that you weren't gonna perpetuate that. So that was before all this loving them more than this, that, and the third. You knew what your goal was and you reached it.
Well, so part of me reaching that goal was one of the super chats earlier was talking about identifying things within people. So the way my brain works is I identify similar mentalities behind people, right? And I could meet somebody's wife and I'd be like, oh yeah, this ain't gonna work because X, Y, and Z. And one of the things that I would identify within people and relationships that will falter and break apart was that selfishness, right? And that does not mean that you can't love yourself, right? That selfishness right there places things above the order of how you want to set up your family structure. That's for people who care about a family. If you don't want to have a family and you just, like I said, if it's temporary, then that works perfectly. But if you want permanence, that's not going to work. That's my point.
I guess my last pushback, I don't even know what this pushback, but here's what I'm thinking. There's a book I read that says love your wife as you love yourself, right? So it's an equality there. It's not more specifically. Because if you love her how you love yourself, you wouldn't do things to her that you wouldn't do to yourself. That's why loving yourself is so important.
I fucks with that.
I think that
makes sense.
I think that we have a problem. Like I feel like in society, the way that we look at self-love, it really just shows the fact that I feel like a lot of us are accustomed to people pleasing. I'm just going to be honest, and asserting their boundaries because it's a difference between. Oh, wait a minute! You said that you have abandoned. Like, never mind. That I'm just remembering something that you said that had nothing. So I feel like the way we are raised and whatever situation we've been through, whatever relationships we have with our parents, whether your mom or your dad, whatever relationship you have, you may develop some type of insecure attachment where you feel like the best way to operate in a relationship is loving a person more than yourself. And that's not healthy. That's not healthy. I feel like that's very, no, hold on. I feel like that's very codependent and that's not a good thing. It's the difference between being selfish and self-full and making sure, like what he was saying in the video, making sure that you're having enough love within yourself so that you can operate in a space where you're the best that you can be for yourself. Because nobody wants to be in a relationship with someone who doesn't, like, no one wants to be in a relationship with someone where they feel like this person needs them to survive. No one wants a partner like that. No one wants that partner like that. Like, let's be honest. If a person is going to sit here and let you treat them however way you want to, because they're not going nowhere. Like, we start to take people like that for granted. So I feel like we're just like, I feel like a lot of Okay, I just that's it. That's all I was just gonna say.
Can you relate with Jesus? I can't relate with Jesus.
Go ahead, Lady Day.
I just had a question for Andrea. Why does it have to be so like negative at the end? Like you're saying like the worst case scenarios. Like when I'm talking, I'm only talking about like good relationships and stuff. You're talking about like fucked up ones.
I don't think I'm talking about a fucked up relationship. I'm talking about the situation about a divorce. Nobody like the video said, he didn't bring up divorce. He didn't bring up walking away from a family. He didn't bring up separating from a home. But those are the type of conversations that are happening because we're talking about loving ourselves more than someone else. And I'm just out the fact that that's not healthy. It's not healthy. That's codependency. And I feel like we have these learned behaviors through our own experiences in childhood where we think people pleasing is how we get people to stay. That's not just because you're getting a person to stay doesn't mean that it's a healthy situation. That's all that I'm saying. Like, regardless if it's like something extreme or in small ways where you can exert your boundaries because you're fearful of upsetting this person and making it's small, but it shows up in relationships a lot of different ways that overall just probably wouldn't be healthy.
I like what you said, Andrea.
So
I think what you're
oh.
saying is correct. And
So
I
you're
think
saying that Marcus explained how he quote unquote loves other people like his family more than himself. So you would consider his relationship fucked up?
No, I'm speaking about like not like this. This is
but we're talking about him though. You know, he said it.
No, listen, you're not really listening. I'm not speaking about the family. Like, that's what I'm saying. You have to, before you get to a family, you have to be in a relationship. Like, or you have to have some type of camaraderie between two people before you're pregnant. You know what I'm saying? Like, before you're married, whatever. You have to have you have to develop a relationship with someone. And if you're operating in a relationship with the fear that they're going to leave you, and so you're loving them more than yourself, it's codependency. And that's
why I said Marcus explained sort of that what you just said. So I'm asking you, do you think his relationship is fucked up? Can I say that? I'm sorry, JR. That's messed up. Do you think his relationship is messed up?
I can't speak for that because I don't know anything about his relationship. I'm not involved. I don't know his partner. I don't know anything about how he operates in relationships. But what I can say is that speaking from a person who has had to learn how to undo abandonment trauma, I realized that when you're dealing with trauma like abandonment issues, speaking for myself, you have to not tap into people pleasing. And I'm not saying that this is what Marcus is doing. I'm not speaking on him at all. I'm just speaking in reference to some of the things that we, just discussed amongst each other whenever. All I'm saying is that we operate in relationships with a certain fear of a person walking away. And so we do things like lower our standards or our boundaries or just not loving ourselves enough to say, hey, this might not work. Does that make any sense?
I'm gonna just say this real quick and you can have that, Marcus. You're saying like all negative stuff still. Like I'm saying, quote unquote, Marcus said these things and he didn't say nothing negative and you going back to negative. So I'm trying to like understand the disconnect as far as why does it have to be bad? There's people who love their family more than love themselves and it's not toxic.
I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying.
I'm hearing what you're saying. I don't think you're hearing what you're saying.
You're hearing what I'm saying. In the video, he was specifically talking about a woman loving herself enough to just a woman loving herself more than him, specifically within the relationship. I'm not thinking about if there's kids involved, if there's family involved, if they're married, because I recognize that even when you are having your own, like once you guys are married and, you guys took that step, you guys have to act on one accord. I'm speaking to the things that lead up to a happy relationship. That's what I'm referring to. So when we're speaking about negativity, I think that there's a negative connotation around words like codependency because we don't really understand what that is. It's not like it's a negative or a positive. It's just what the facts are. If you're operating in a space where you love someone more than yourself, that's not good. It's not about a negative thing or me trying to put something negative. Codependency is just not healthy. It's not healthy. And
I don't think.
Well, we got to start the transition. Let's get Marcus and Sweeney in, and then we'll go ahead and transition. Jasmine will come to you next on the next one.
all these things tie together. When I initially talked about the relationship, right? When I was explaining how to set it up, I do this. Sweeney, have you ever seen me look like I'm in a bad mood or like I'm fighting with my wife or like anything is going wrong?
Not at all.
JR, it's been a long time. Have you ever even seen me look like I got any family troubles? If you Casey come on the platform all the time, she'd tell you my wife is extremely happy. So maybe that's the part of the previous question. When you know better, you'll do better. Because I'm speaking from a place of two people that are healed, reciprocating energy, and that type of love is self-sacrifice because you love the other person more than it's a cyclical way that relationship will work in a positive spectrum. What it sounds like you're speaking to is that toxicity you described earlier, or the negative things that you enjoy in that relationship. Yeah, you need to love yourself more than the other person, because if you don't, you end up dying. I'm not talking about that. I completely said I ain't want none of that. I completely said that that's not for me, and I'm not operating within them metrics. I'm not going to enjoy arguing with you. You got to go. Before we even get to the point where I want to keep you, I'm going to weed all of those things out. Going back to the previous question, when I talked about dude manipulating reality by skillfully selecting what he desired for his desired result, everything almost lined up perfectly. Pick perfect, like manipulate things to get exactly how you want your life to be. Set it up in this way where it operates under these structures and parameters for the benefit of both of y'all. Love yourself, but put other people above you as far as the things you're sacrificing. For example, if I only had enough food for me to eat or my wife and kids to eat, my wife and kids would eat and I would starve. If somebody could, that literally is what I'm talking about. What he is talking.
But who's gonna if it's that type of thing? If we're talking about that, I'm just gonna use it as an example. If you're gonna feed your wife and kids and give them all the food first, and you rather die, then who's gonna go hunt and get more food if you're dead? So you kind of in a way got to put yourself first. In a way, you always have to. I see what Andrea what she's trying to say. Like there has to be a kind of a limit to it where it's like, I get it. I was just using that example because you said something like that. But who's gonna
I give you an example. If somebody break in the house and your husband trying to make sure that he saves himself because he loves himself more than he loves his family, run out the door, would you be happy with that scenario?
I didn't say that. I said he could hide me first and then go do what he has to go do. And that's the same thing I'm using with that other example. You don't give us all if I still need you here to go, fetch the food or go do whatever. Like there has to be that kind of like, I'm thinking about myself as well too. For you.
No, I'm saying if you're referring to like I just feel like we're just misunderstanding each other.
I just kind of think on it 1 second. Let me just get some other people. Hamp, I seen you over there with the face expressions. I seen Sweeney.
Yeah, my bad. He got to hide her first and then fight off the people who robbed it. Like, come on, this shit is ridiculous. Andrea, I think people are often interdependent. Codependency is negative, but people are interdependent in relationships. I'm trying to really understand what you're trying to say. You're saying that when people don't love themselves, they stay in toxic relationships too long. No. If they don't love themselves enough. Nah, don't say no now. Just hold your horses, please.
That's not what I'm saying.
I've been listening like a motherfucker, so
y'all still not getting it. So it's completely worthless now.
But I want to hear it. But just can you be because I'm trying to understand where you coming from, because so how about this? On what he said, what would be positive about a woman loving herself more in a relationship? What would be positive?
Well, wait, on the clip or Marcus?
Well, not Marcus, the clip. So she loves herself more than she loves her husband. How does he benefit? Can you tell me the benefits of it?
He never mentioned marriage at all. So at this point, I'm thinking we're talking about
in her relationship.
Yeah. So if they're like dating or whatever, because I believe like you said earlier, I believe when two people are married, they love each other equally. Once what I'm saying, like that. But I'm just speaking specifically about dating. Like there's no kids, there's no family. God, there's just two people getting to know each other and dating and trying to work up to a point where they're fiancés, whatever. You have to love yourself more than that person, because if you don't, you're gonna have issues having boundaries. You're gonna have issues. You're just gonna be fearful that this person is gonna leave if you can't say how you feel about things. If you are so, it's like, it sounds like it's just. I just think
you're talking about dating and such. Okay, I mean,
So again, Hemp, look, in the very beginning, I started this off by saying, if I'm just trying to slide, if it's just sexual,
That's what
if
I was
it's
just thinking.
temporary, then she is right. If it's
Yeah.
permanent, then it goes this way.
Then okay, all right,
And,
Andrea.
and he also mentioned,
Go
and
ahead,
he
I
also mentioned that Country Wayne actually has the results of a situation where the people love themselves more than they love the relationship. He has a bunch of different baby mamas. He has he never had marriage. He doesn't have these things. He has exactly what that type of person. And actually, I don't know how well it's working out for him because he's spending a bag on all his baby mamas. So he's trying to he's balancing all of these households. I don't know how he's doing it, but the man's doing it. But that's the results that you get when you're talking about somebody who's dealing with who's having temporary situations, and then manifesting themselves into permanent decisions. And to Andrea's point, I think it's very hard to be in a relationship and not think about the other person, or not think about how they feel, or not think about how your decisions may affect them, and whether that costs you a relationship or not. That's not how any normal relationship. You're constantly thinking about how the other person may feel about the decisions that you make. If you don't, that's how a lot of relationships do end, is the lack of care for what the other person may or may not feel.
All right, let me go to get to Jasmine, then we got to move on to the next topic. Go ahead, Jasmine.
Sorry, two things really quick. I get what she's saying, like when they were talking about just, love yourself more than the person, not more than your family, not more than your kids, nothing like that, just more than this person that you're dating and something like that. Because I've been in a situation like that where the person is like, they're so wrapped up in you where they just they lose themselves completely. And I've dealt with that personally, where the person would threaten, like, I don't know if you can say the word suicide, like when they threaten to, like, if I was trying to leave them. So it's like it's a toxic, scary situation if you're dealing with somebody that don't love themselves enough, don't value their life enough, or care about themselves enough to give you the good side of them. They're only giving you the trauma, the sadness, and all that stuff like that. But and as far as Wayne goes, he probably has all these broken homes and broken situations because he keeps just dating just for the sake of how the girl looks or something like that. And he's just like that's not his woman. He's not dating her for marriage or something like that. He's just effing with somebody and they're sleeping together raw, and that's why he has all these kids. But once he meets that right person that's like, this is his vibe, this is his girl, she loves herself, she's coming to the table healed and happy and whole, he probably gonna get married, but he first probably ain't ran into her yet. Okay, I'm done.
So I want to just point out that we keep going back to dysfunctional relationships. Nothing I said was about setting up a dysfunctional relationship. In fact, in the very first segment of the show, I talked about the importance of not having a dysfunctional relationship. I don't know how we got here. Like, I really don't, but it makes sense.
It's
if
done.
you're in a relationship where you love a person more than yourself, that's dysfunctional. That's
It's
not
only dysfunctional if you're dealing with somebody toxic.
healthy.
Yep.
And
Let's go get
second,
It's only dysfunctional if you're dealing with somebody toxic. If you're dealing with somebody who also love you more than they love themselves, it is not dysfunctional.
wait a second. No, because I'm gonna be honest now, because y'all must live in some type of utopia where everything is just perfect. Everybody's shit don't stink, right? Like we just walk around here with just rose-colored glasses on, right? Because everybody is perfect. No,
I love my family more than I love myself, and my wife loves our family more than she loves herself.
it's like y'all keep trying to make this whole situation like so dramatic. Like it's like
No, girl, you're dramatic. What you're saying is dramatic.
you guys are honestly, I don't know. You guys got it. Y'all,
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get to these super chats real quick. Andrea wants a crazy man to match her crazy. Stefan was simply Stephen Urkel materialized. Women want Will Shakur or Tupac Smith. No such person. Like Lauren gifted one Lapeef Network membership. Salute to you. Not simply, but simp. Stefan was simp Steve Urkel materialized. JR, whatever happened to Carmen, that light-skinned baddie I harassed that one show? You know Carmen. Now remember, Coach K was there, Siobhan was there. Bring back Carmen. I believe Jasmine and Andrea are complementary, mixed of toxic and dysfunctional. I'll take the both, but if they start acting cray-cray, I'm sending them back to here. They both addicted to DV and D boy. Zai give Nunu her earrings back. Hemp, this reminds me the super chat I sent. If a woman values self-love and self-care and they want men to value what they value, are they asking a man to be a simp or a narcissist? I'm confused. Be healed, be whole, love yourself, but don't be self-absorbed and delusional. Sound good and is good are two different things. A woman should love herself more than anything, and so should a man. But weirdly, that don't work for most women. When we say that we sassy and want to be black.
A bad bitch. I think that's what he was trying to say.
Andrea's stream of consciousness is sexy. I love how she rambles in a direction, fumbles, slips, and stumbles onto a point. I feel our future posts arguments will be hot and bothered. A man could definitely love himself and lie to a woman. How a man treats you has nothing to do with how you feel about himself. You ain't that special. Women talk like they got the class to win late. No. Women really think the world revolves around them. Y'all feelings don't determine a man's existence. Also, no one don't owe anyone honesty. I F's with hemp, 10 toes down, but stay on their neck. Anyone that can decipher my boy Sweeney incoherent point gotta be a cool mother.
AP be on my ass, bro.
The type of women Andrea is a representation of their idea of self-love is being able to manipulate men, hurt men, and use men without negative consequences. If any karma comes back, that's unfair. Has anyone ever wondered what's under Sweeney's hat? Chef Marcus, yes, sir. Andrea, while you are a beautiful woman, you have the comprehension skills of a laugh hamster.
Oh, that's dirty.
Even understand what Marcus
That's dirty.
Andrea's justifying divorce is a huge.
That's dirty.
I love when a woman tells a hypothetical worst case scenario to excuse a woman breaking a vow of lifelong commitment. Andrea, will you marry me? My dad. Women who love themselves more are then able to love others well. Jasmine, I want you to understand that when I cheat on you for Andrea, it's not personal. Jasmine, you're the wife. I get that, but get me. Andrea needs to be a man and a purpose. She local without it. Andrea and Marcus are saying the same thing, just semantics, and jargon is different based off scenarios you are given. Andrea is a queen, Hamp the king, pause, no homo. Trev Smooth, look like massive project.
Oh my God, shit. Holy shit.
Yeah, I can get the 5 Lapeef Network. Thank you.
Oh shit. No. Hey, that was the best one. That was the best joke of the night right there.
That's we laugh a little bit too damn hard, but one back on cam, bro. You guys just talk, man. Let's go ahead and get this last topic in.
Oh, my chest hurt.
Women think similar to men more than we think. Women think similar to men more than we think.
So the women, when it came to women, I was the guy they were cheating with. So that's how I knew women. My brother scarred right now. He said growing up with me made him not trust women.
Right.
Because I be dealing with a girl, and when I see her, hey, you know what I'm saying? So
and she be with a man, and he know.
Yeah, he don't know.
No, I'm saying your brother knew.
My brother knew.
But he didn't know, absolutely
a
not.
woman leave the house real quick and go cheat. We see a woman want our time. So when a woman make you cheat on your girl, she wants your time because she jealous of your relationship. So she gonna make you take her out one day.
Yeah.
But that woman, she gonna leave the house one day to go to the store real quick. They gonna take her 9 minutes. She gonna either go to her homegirl house or go to his little spot and give it to him real quick and come home and serve and be the best wife or girlfriend to you. They a better girlfriend and wife when they cheat because they feel better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they feel that they got that off them.
What?
Yeah.
So by 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah,
so they got to make them a little
when
wrong.
a woman with the same man, because see, women are us, but they get judged for being like us.
Right.
So they'll never tell you they like us because we judge them too much.
Mm-hmm.
And I say we because I'm a man, but I don't judge women. That's why I get a lot of women, because they can feel when you don't judge.
Yeah.
But when a woman, man, come on.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
When a woman lay up with the same,
just be good to me.
When a woman lay up with the same man, you think she turned on every time too? Just like we be like, we want a new one. Yeah, this same moves. Oh, he woke up in the morning, give me something from the side. Oh. If I knew life was like this, I can't wait till I get to heaven, because this ain't it. Same routine, gotta go put up the kids, baby good, come here. You know
Yeah. You on a routine, you on a schedule, because you got kids.
Man, one day she wanted to just wake up and just be on the floor.
Yeah.
With Devontae. She tired too.
Right.
Yeah, that's why she be like, take me on a trip. So at least do it.
Change the scenery.
Yeah, change the scenery. And we go on the trip and get what we do. Same move, turn to the side. Now we on the beach, sand everywhere. It ain't comfortable as I thought. It's just women. I feel sorry for women out here, man.
This the guy that was just talking about love yourself, and I just told y'all that's that. He proved himself right afterwards.
Oh wait, because he's accurate. Like, it's funny.
Go ahead, speak on it, Dad. You say he accurate about what?
All of it, like, it's like I'm not fake. Like, I've cheated before, and that's exactly how it went. You just run out there, you go to the store, and then you go back, and then cook him dinner like nothing happened. Like, it was like, and you're happy. I was happier because he was a shitty person. Like, but that's one of those relationships that you just hold on to, because, like I said, I didn't know how to leave, blah blah blah, and I know he was cheating, so it was just like, but I wasn't trying to go nowhere. But yeah, it that cracked me up. I'm sorry, but and then it's like, yeah, I was with him for at least like 3 years, and then it was nights when you tired, it's like, oh, here we go, you gotta do this. You just lay to the side or whatever, and just go ahead and do what you gotta do. And then it's just, that is hilarious, like how accurate that was. But yeah, it sucks. I definitely feel like women do think just like men. We just don't like to admit it, because men are very judgmental, and the society does judge us a lot harsher than they do men. Like, if you have more than 2 partners, you're a whore. But men can have like 40,000 partners, and they're like, oh my god, like, he's the man. Just because you can produce sperm and not produce babies, like, just that makes you better? Like, no. Like, you can. Let me stop before I get myself in trouble. But yeah, I'm good.
Hey, Jasmine, real quick. You want to know why that's a thing?
Why is that a thing?
Because men and women want 2 totally different things from each other.
Why do you think that?
I mean, y'all said it yourselves. Y'all don't. If it's the same thing with men, we can say we'll say this, man, bro. A woman can go around and say that she wants a man to take care of her, and he just wants to sit on his ass, and she can depend on him, and she can sit in her soft girl era. And if a man said that exact same thing, he's a bum, he's no good, he ain't shit. It's the same thing. We just want different things. The standard for men is totally different. That's why a man can be a hoe and nobody bats an eye at it, because women don't bat an eye at a man being a hoe.
But what do men want? Like, if women want somebody to take care of them, what do men want?
Men don't want a hoe. That's why y'all can't be hoes, because men don't want. I would say this because me and my homeboy was talking about this. Men don't want known hoes. If they deal, because a lot of dudes deal with hoes. A lot of dudes done wifed hoes. A lot of dudes done married hoes. However, if everybody knows she's a hoe, that's where he draws the line. Now he's in his fields. So he okay with you being a hoe as long as you're not a known hoe.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
I got a question, Jasmine. Sorry. So I believe that when you're in a relationship, it should be spiced up, change up the moves and all of that. But like when you're at a job, you work. Do you work?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So do you do the same thing every month at this job?
For the most part, it varies though.
You do. So would you change your job as much as you would change your man because it's boring?
I would, if I wasn't so afraid of like being unemployed for a shorter period of time, I would keep changing it to up my salary. But
no, not for the not for that. I'm just saying, just
Boredom.
to the topic.
like break up the monotony of it. Oh yeah, I would if like I said, if I wasn't so afraid of job insecurity, I totally would.
Okay, but so you're scared of losing your job so you could continue to pay your bills, right?
Yeah, but I'm also
So
not.
Wait, hold on. Why are you not afraid to lose your man?
I am afraid of losing my man. I feel like he wasn't worth keeping. So at that point, I was with that relationship for so long to the point where once I realized that he's cheating, he's now depriving me of dick because he's like literally telling me like, hey, oh, you're on punishment this week, you're on punishment this month. So I was like, okay, well, F you then. Like, and yeah, you laughing, but I'm serious. Like you on punishment.
I can hear him saying that because he had already got some ass. And he like, man, I can't bust it down. So hey, I'm gonna put you on punishment this month.
And he think I didn't know. Like he thought I didn't know. So I was like, you know what, F this. But I still wanted to keep my good girl image. So I lied. Like I did not tell him I was cheating. But originally, when the relationship fizzled out, and I told him like, "Hey, look, this is over. This is dead," and I left. But I'm telling you, like, yeah, that's that. I was just laughing because that's how the way he described it was how it went when I did cheat. But I don't want to cheat. Like, I don't want to lose my man. Like, I want my man to hold me down. I want to hold him down. Like, I want to have a strong relationship. I don't want those problems. We can keep it cute, you know. I can throw some different wigs, different outfits, and I'll be whoever you need. But don't, I don't know.
So you just had a toxic dude. It sounded like
shitty dude. I'm sorry, Curtis. My bad.
Ain't that what she said she like a little bit of?
I did not.
Oh, really? Just a little bit of toxicity. What did I tell you, Jasmine? A little bit of toxicity for a lot of toxicity.
Go ahead, Hemp.
Yeah, so I think this is definitely. I mean, women be choosing, right? You see that. The pregnancy before wedlock. You see that. Women want attractive men just as much as we appreciate beauty. Like beauty's number one. Shoot, I would argue that's number one for them too in terms of a man being handsome. Women hate condoms just like we do. How do you know that? The kids being birthed without wedlock. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's just the society tells them what they can and can't do. Also the amount of access women have to sex. You walk outside right now. I mean, you can get some cheeks. The average man has 8 bodies at the age of like 35. I learned that shit yesterday. I couldn't believe they told me 40 bodies was a lot. I'm like, holy shit, really? I didn't know that. So a lot of men are struggling, but women have so much access to that. That's why I think you guys probably got to curb your appetite. But no question, y'all got the same desires. The girls yesterday from Gen Z told me 50% of their generation speculating have OnlyFans. That was their numbers, 50%. So hell yeah, we want a lot more similar than we are different.
So you think that like in marriages that women are thinking like that, like how he described?
Yeah. She imagined in Tyrone or whomever knocked the bottom out that shit. Just like them times where you can't nut, so you be imagining all them hoes that made you nut before. Yeah, niggas do that. Women do that too. You be closing your eyes hard as shit. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Come on, man. So I mean, yeah, it happens, right? It's like Jazz says, she lift that leg up. That shit boring as hell. You just stroking, feel me? Try and get your shit off. And the kids crying and shit. You know what I mean? Like you just trying to get it out of there. So you using everything you can to get one off. And women do the same thing. So yeah, man, 100%.
Shit, so everybody just playing games, huh?
Yeah, drop pussy ain't no fun for anybody.
What'd you say, Sweeney?
I said drop pussy ain't no fun for anybody.
It's like, open your eyes and look at me.
You ain't happy either. Shit.
Your eyes and look at me.
And then you be trying shit right, but then you old with it. You know what I'm saying? Like
legs don't work quite right.
Yeah.
To get the Charlie horse.
You know, like I was trying, you know, she be on top, you try to get up, right? But I had to rock back twice and forth to like get the momentum. I'm like, yo, I'm getting old, my nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm strong as hell, but I had to rock back twice. I said, yo, this ain't, man. So yeah, man. It happens.
Hey, Trev, you okay? Good. Okay.
You know.
I thought you was gonna join us with the laughter, man. He was he had a serious face.
I was just checking something out real quick. That's all.
Yeah, I don't think he was paying attention. Yeah, man. Yeah,
And
man.
that's why last week I said all them niggas was capping, talking to all them old dudes on the damn panel, talking about some, yeah, I'm coming down from the dresser, bench pressing 150 pounds up the stairs. Y'all niggas is lying. Y'all trying to put that leg to the side too.
I think that
Yeah.
first of all, I think his personal life has nothing to do with him making a valid point in the last clip. First of all, let me just start off by saying that a clock is wrong is what is a clock is right twice a day, whatever they say.
Mhm.
You get it. Okay. This is what I'm saying here.
Andre, who you fighting with right now?
Because I'm actually referring to Sweeney right now.
Why?
I know she would. No, I did. I said, look at this is the person that we just heard say she on to something. Go ahead, Andrea.
All I'm saying is this, because it's like, sometimes Charleston White makes really valid points, but that doesn't mean his personal life is just perfect, So I don't think it's right for either ones to cheat. I don't think it's okay for either partner to cheat, a woman or a man. I don't think it's okay to cheat. And I think that this is why I say it's nothing wrong with a little sprinkle of toxic so you're not so bored. That's the reason why they're sitting in the bed doing the same moves all the time, because they're so bored. There's no spontaneous, pick a random fight, something like that. Then I'll make up a little later on, in the car, somewhere like that. You need a little spice in your life. That's why I said it's a little toxic, little sprinkle of toxic. Keep them guessing, You never know what's going to come,
So makeup sex.
Yeah.
What are some of the signs that a woman is like faking it, a bored?
You'll never know.
I was about to say, fuck if I know.
I was asking the women. I was asking the women if they heard any stories or.
Yeah, what do you do when you fake it?
They say that 80%, it's about 70 to 80% of women never really orgasm.
It was a question on the post to the panel. If anybody willing to volunteer any information. Yeah.
That's what can you hear me?
What are some of the things that men should look for when a woman is faking it?
Faking sex?
Yes, I'm just faking it, or they bored.
Faking what? Like
an orgasm?
Faking enjoyment in the sex. She's not orgasming. She's not enjoying it, but she's faking it. How could he?
Sweeney, they know where he is.
All right, come on, man.
But never that you know. Most women don't orgasm anyways. We're all faking. Don't you get it?
Vaginally, yeah, that's true.
Are you laughing, lady, because you know it's true?
Yeah, the percent's low.
How she said it was funny.
Yo, well, fuck it. I'll give y'all one then. So I know my wife start faking when it's starting to get too long, and she start making oh babe, like she be talking too much. I'm like, nigga, shut up, nigga. Like you start talking as much after minute 45. I know what you're trying to do. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Listen, when the lubrication's down, that's when you have
that's
some
the
issues right there. That's a good one right there.
Yeah, I'm saying the tricks. You know what I'm saying? She be shut up. You know what I'm saying? So
I'll be real. My wife don't have to fake. She straight up tell me, hurry up, man. Come on now. Let's get this over with. I know you only in it for your quick nut. Let's go ahead and get this over with so I can go to bed. She ain't got to fake it for me because I already know what time we on. You probably not going to get one off this time. This is all for me.
you have your hands like this too, Sweeney?
This is all for me.
I kind of want to say this. Like, I think that sometimes we try to push everybody together, right? And I would say that there's a jar of women who believe, who think like what he's describing. But I mean, there's a lot of women who don't, right? Like, let's just take an example for like what Hemp just brought up, right? You said the women, they feel like it's 50% of Gen Zers who have an OnlyFans, right? Okay, so let's just say it's 2.1 million users, right? Which there's 300 million people in America, which there's 30% of them are Gen Z. So there's no way that could be the case. But it feels like that just because of what environment that we're in. And that's one of the things we have to describe. Just like how we tell women, You have to be intentional about it. Where are you sourcing your women from? What are you looking at? What attributes are you looking for? Are you more focused on beauty, or are you more focused on virtue? Right? Where do you go to source your women? Do you go out to nightclubs and try to find them there? Like, what are you doing? Where are you finding them? Because what I'm saying is that's not my experience all the time. Like, I run into women who don't behave like that. There's some women that I know that haven't been with anybody outside of their husband. And that's real. There's a lot of people. Like, I understand that it's very different when you're in major cities. That's a big deal. But there's some virtuous women out here. Maybe they're far and rare, but if you on your game, you're probably likely to attract one of them. But to get on to his other point, I definitely wanted to say that judgment definitely plays a factor, because one of my strategies that I used to use, like our first meeting, date, whatever meetup it was where we got together, was I would just say a whole bunch of wild stuff about myself. And once the female realizes that, damn, this dude ain't got no chill, he all over the place, then they start getting real comfortable. A lot of, like I said, I had our first meetup. We talking about what type of adult film she like. It don't matter. Like, once they realize you're not going to judge them and you don't react when they say something, because they'll test you. They'll say something and then you act like nothing happened, or you say something that you did that was even more egregious. Fine. You're going to get a lot out of her. You know exactly what it is. And they're not going to care. They're going to be like, okay. Or if you could present yourself as a F-boy, you're going to get good results, because they understand, okay, this guy not even serious. I'm just going to go ahead and smash this dude, and then I'm going to keep it moving. So that's the whole thing. But that same woman could turn around and then try to be whatever she thinks that this guy that she wants to obtain needs to be. So if she thinks this guy wants a more virtuous woman, she might present herself in that fashion just because she realized that's how she could snag that guy. So, and like he said, some of these females, they'll have like a dude and they'll go right out and do what they want to do. Won't even clean up or nothing. Come right back to you like nothing happened. They called it assassins half the time. So yeah, you have to be careful, and you have to understand how to discern these different types of women, because if you don't, you're gonna be in some deep trouble. You're gonna get your feelings hurt.
I would say to Trev, there's some so-called virtuous women who will cheat on their husband even if that was their first partner. So I would say get someone that understands like the value of marriage and biblically speaking, biblically sound, and then maybe that won't happen. But I've seen and heard women that just have sex with their man and they go out and cheat and have other desires too.
Yeah, I can understand that, but I wouldn't necessarily go biblical, because I've spent a lot of time in church. I grew up in the church, and let me tell you something. Some of them females up in there, man, gave me the best experiences that I could talk about. So we, church, listen, you'll have women that will know how to play the part in church, but and especially don't let you get the pastor's daughter, man. It's over.
Well, Trev, I think the key is she said biblical, not church. Those are two different things, obviously, in this day and age. Yeah. But in terms of what's JR, is it my turn?
No, go ahead.
In terms of what's scrolling, I was just thinking when Trev was talking, the young boys, I would say if they caught a 35-year-old woman and she had 30 bodies, I would assume that's average. You think I'm bugging?
Nah. I mean, well, that's only because there's a couple women who had like 200. You know what I'm saying? I had a chick on my show the other week that told me she had 3,000. I'm like, okay. So, yeah, it's bad out here, and I understand that. The ones who getting it in, they starting at like 12. Like someone said it earlier, middle school. So your average is going to be up crazy.
Yeah, but even if you start at like a regular age, like 17, 16, right? Let's say she is dating two cats a year, okay, right? She's sliding. She might have that phase where it's a 2 or 3. She might have a boyfriend for 2 years. So the number doesn't seem like it's far-fetched if somebody just regularly dating, not even wilding. You know what I'm saying? If you start having sex at 16, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's not far-fetched. I think that a lot of that is what's out there. It wouldn't be for me, because I understand what happens to women emotionally when they deal with that. And that's not something that I would want to be bothered with ever. But I understand that that's what's available for most people.
For ages 30 to 34, among women, 22% had 0 to 1 sexual partners, 31% had 2 to 4, 25% had 5 to 9, and only 22% had 10 plus partners. Amongst men, which I find is surprising, 17% had 0 to 1 partners, 21% had 2 to 4, 20% had 5 to 9, and 42% of men between the ages of 30 and 34 had 10 plus partners.
Sweeney. Did you add the J. Cole
That
effect?
yearly?
Yeah, but you have to multiply. J. Cole already told us on Forestville Drive, you multiply by 3, so you know them stats don't mean anything. See, you got to incorporate the truth in there. Come on. You sniggity know the vibes.
I can only go off because I think a lot more people are more honest when they talk about clothes.
It's cold.
This ain't like you going to ask her how many bodies you got. She got to tell you. This is them. That when people tend to be more honest when they're answering a survey that's more anonymous and things like that than they are talking to somebody who they trying to get with.
I don't think men should.
Yeah, because you'd have to be doing some serious trolling.
Don't ask no lady they body count.
I think, yeah, I'm trying to figure out what is the point that we're making by talking about body count and cheating. Like, what is the point? Please help me understand.
No, that wasn't synonymous with cheating. What I was saying was the similarity in thought, right? And so when men are averaging, a certain amount of bodies, so aren't the women, because I'm looking at the question that's scrolling in terms of having a similar mindset. So I'm thinking about the sex aspect, where I'm thinking men and women. A man that's doing his thing, they average about the same amount of bodies in terms of being similar.
You guys agree?
I mean, I didn't really understand what you're talking about. So I guess he just kind of clarified. So now I know what she's talking.
Yeah, because like he was saying, women have so much more access to sex, right? Like we can't get it off like that. We gotta work, we gotta be somebody. We have to. There's so many boxes that we have to check before we're granted access. Whereas women simply have to exist to get the same result.
On average, yeah.
So
go ahead. I'm sorry, Andre. I'm jumping in. My bad. Go ahead.
It's okay. Go ahead. Because I don't.
No, man. Y'all having a back and forth. I'm gonna let y'all have it.
No, I'm just trying to figure out what they're talking about. I'm getting a
no. Go ahead.
They're saying like,
women be fucking like niggas be fucking. That's what we saying, and we saying we because you guys are more similar to us than you aren't. That's what the point we making.
Yeah, okay, I can't disagree with you.
See, JR, I knew if I used the F word, she would get it. That shit a light bulb. Oh, okay, I get that part. Yeah.
I think it's easy. I think it's easy for us to have that mindset when we're not serious. So, for example, when he was dealing with a lot of married women and stuff like that, he's not serious. So it's easy for us to have that mindset until you want to marry that woman, and then all those thoughts come flooding to you, and that's where the judgment and all of that come into play. Because I think a lot of men, when you're just trying to fuck, don't give a shit about a woman's body count. You can care if she had 10 bodies, 100 bodies.
Oh yeah, no.
If she bad enough, you can give 2 flying fucks until it's time for you to start a relationship with her.
You don't gotta be bad.
And I think that's where because there's a lot of chicks like, and for like women, there's a lot of chicks that can give 2 flying fucks about a man money as long as he can dick her down properly. But when she want a man to be with, then she's thinking twice about his pockets.
That's true.
I got a question.
That's a fact.
So why is it that I'm just throwing this out there, the body count thing, right? So if men just keep having sex with all these women, why do they care about the body count?
Oh,
that's a real question.
We hypocrites.
Oh yeah, well, a lot of people believe in pair. A lot of people who believe pair bonding, right? So there's a lot of effects. The hormones released, and the fact that your oxytocin receptors will be fried by the time you have too many bodies, right? That's what people are afraid of. They don't want the baggage associated with the woman who normally has body counts. And from our experience, women who are more promiscuous are not wifey material, and we understand that. There are certain things that you just can't change about them. There are certain gripes you're going to have because she's just not suitable for marriage in most cases. For most of us, there are some women who there's some men who she'll be suitable for, but Men who really on their business typically don't select those types of women.
But I'm saying y'all creating women like
Yeah,
that.
so she's saying that we're part of the problem because we keep.
Yeah, like you keep
Oh yeah,
having sex with
what you got to understand, there's a very small percentage of men who actually have access to a bunch of women like that, and they're not going to care. Most men have to work extremely hard to get any type of McLovin possible. Like that's just real life, right? Most dudes is having a real hard time trying to get at women, right? That's just what it is. Like if you look at any dating app, like dudes, they get picked 5%
They
of the
shooting
time.
at everybody.
Women get picked like half, right? Yeah, and they throwing darts to everybody and get nothing out of it. I've watched, and this isn't just like the data. I've seen it. I also have the anecdotal evidence. I know plenty of females who showed me their phones, and I would never be able to even keep up with all those messages. There's no way. I'm talking about hundreds, every dating app, hundreds. So these women have crazy access to sex. Way more than the men do. But it's a very small percentage of dudes that get it like that. Very small. Because
do y'all remember
most of them want those same dudes that are rare.
Do y'all remember a dating app called Urban Chat? You remember when you used to be able to see how many messages a person was getting or how many looks they were getting from people, and all the women was having hundreds of messages and shit like that, but like all the dudes, and I mean these niggas was throwing everything but the kitchen sink. They was throwing dick pics up there, everything. And them niggas wasn't getting no play. But a girl who's 280 pounds with just some big ass titties got 200 guys shooting a shot at her. Like it's tough out here for men. Now, granted, I still believe, like to Lady Di's point, I think a lot of dudes don't have a problem with a woman's body count as long as it's not known to everybody what she is. So if you're amongst men and everybody and all your homeboys done been with her, you'll have a problem. Or half your school done been with her, you'll have a problem. But
men still care.
I think they still care. I think they're just the icing on the cake. Like I think that just.
You want to know how I know that? You want to know how I know men don't care?
Yeah.
Lori Harvey has to be arguably the most passed around woman at this point in the industry, and she has not had a shortage or a stoppage of men dealing with her yet.
That's different. That's based off of like how she looks and stuff. I don't think it has anything to do with the body count. And then she's a celebrity, so what average girl on the street has that access like that?
I would say so. If you look at it this way, she has qualities about her that makes men overlook her body count, right? And I think for average men, there are a lot of qualities that the average woman may have that'll make him overlook her body count, especially if he ain't getting no ass.
What's her body count though? 8?
I don't know.
I mean, based on the niggas she been with, was it like six or seven dudes? Right? Based on
I'm using it as optics as far as like somebody being known. Like amongst us, we regularly say, "Man, Lori Harvey is out there is wilding," but like they don't give a shit. Like when you look at the public perception of her, she's wilding, and she has a known body count that ain't even that high. Like you said, it's only about 8. So I'm just using it as the optics of people are willing to overlook these aspects of a woman. So I'm willing to bet that the average man is probably willing to overlook a lot of shit, especially with their body count, if she has other things that he likes about her.
I have to say, men stop having so much sex with these women and they won't have a high body count. I'm done.
I actually think that a lot of men do not care. So I don't know why. I mean, I guess some of them, I don't know. I don't care.
Andrea, a lot of them don't care. That's they care enough where they don't even ask.
Woman.
What'd you say?
No, I was just saying that like it all depends on the woman. If you're trying to wife her, you probably know he's not gonna get the truth. But if you ever catch wind of it and it wound up being a high number, or he either find out she had a threesome, he gonna kind of look at her a little bit different.
Yeah. And if she smash your mans or something, somebody you know, that's gonna disqualify. But you'll be surprised. Like men will try to check your body count because they know y'all be lying by bringing them out. Like so, for instance, I DJ, right? So like before we got married, I make sure my wife comes see how many people she know, who she mingling with, right? So I'm a judge and speculate. Okay, so she talking 7 niggas, 3 of them niggas got some cheap. Period. Because we know y'all be lying. So you know, but men will do stuff like that. Like they'll bring you out, see who you know, you mingle, You know, that optic is bad. Like Sweeney was saying, you know, now he got to move you to Nebraska because he liked you so much.
Because
You know what I mean? So
he okay with you. He ain't mad at your body count, but he like, man, I can't have you out here being like, I can't have the fellas laughing at me. So I got to move you to fucking South Dakota somewhere where don't nobody know your name.
Y'all know when prostitute where he's explaining his love to a girl, talk about how she don't care about none of the shit that she did in her past. Y'all don't think these niggas would be really out here like that?
Charlie, I just said these motherfuckers don't care. They don't care for real.
they
As long
care,
as she-
but they don't have. So Sweeney is back to what Trev said though. They care, but they don't got enough options to be that picky. They put a vagina on this lamppost outside my house. Niggas been out there all week, Sweeney.
Same difference, man. If you willing to, if you saying that you care about body count, but you willing to overlook that shit because you don't get no ass, you don't care about body count.
Sweeney, I'm telling you, look. So my man, right? Fuego Boss, he a rapper. That's why I can say it. So he was pro-life until his ugly bitch got pregnant. That nigga became pro-abortion in a heartbeat. I'm telling you, niggas be wild hypocritical when it's them. I'm telling you, yo, I'm telling you, man.
Hey, anybody that's what I'm saying though. Anybody that's a hypocrite, full of shit. So if you out here, if you don't care, if you care in this aspect until you realize, like, damn, I ain't getting no box, bro. Hey, shit, and it's the only chick giving you box. You like, man, I'm gonna have to marry this chick because it's the only box I'm getting out here. Then you don't give a shit about her body count. You overlooking all of that just so you can get some regular ass. And that, like your homeboy,
somebody
he was all.
Yo,
yeah, but that's out of desperation, Sweeney. You talking about this when somebody's in despair? It's a completely different ball game. You can't really count that because you wouldn't eat rats. But I guess what if you in the closet, you've been in there for a week, there's a rat in there. You're probably okay. So that's what I'm saying. You can't base those thoughts based on despair. When somebody's desperate, you can't tell what they would do. Right? The most calm person ever could become a cold killer.
But didn't we just say that most men ain't out here getting ass like that?
They're not getting no ass, bro.
So that's why I said most of these men don't give a shit. They not out here getting it like that, so they don't give a shit.
They're dealing with what they can, right? That's the difference.
What Wayne was talking about. He was saying something about how he don't carry a lot of money. He don't leave money around nobody. And it's not that he don't trust them, but he just know when. Because he said himself, he thought about, seen a lot of money. He thought about it because he's human. But he didn't do it, so he don't never leave no money around because family nobody because he know people are tempted, people are human.
Yep, people make mistakes. You know what it is, Sweeney? Trev can't come down here with us average niggas, man. He don't understand.
He too high up there, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
What's so special? Wait, first off, what's so special about me? Like, nothing.
Hey, look, you the one who said you walk up the stairs and curl 150 fucking up the stairs. You said you. I'm just saying you out of this world, bro. These average niggas ain't doing
look,
shit.
let me tell you something. Look, let me tell you something. What I can speak to is humble beginnings, right? Whatever you might think I am now, that's cool, but I understand the struggle, bro. It took for me to get through the struggle to understand how to deal with women in the first place. That's what made me a beast, is because I got rejected and had to understand how that goes and figure out what was wrong with me in the first place. That's what happened. So I definitely understand that. And I don't think I'm special now. You know what I'm saying? But I know that I've made improvements that have been able to elevate me to a level where I can perform better. Right, but I understand having to put in that work. So yeah, I can dig it.
No, I got you. And Lady Di, Marcus, you want to get in? Oh no, I just saying, Lady Di. The other shit is too. The ones that are unattractive, we the ones make them think they're attractive. They got their little algorithms that are, like they pictures. But when I was yelling out when Sweeney was talking about if she looked good enough, you don't even got to look that good. It just got to be the right time. So when I was in college, I'll be scrolling, right? So such don't pick up. The later it get, the lower I scroll. So at 3 a.m., she could look like a scutterbug. It was what it was.
Night fighter.
You feel me? So now the next day, she walking around like her shit don't stink. It was my fault. Niggas gotta tell the truth, man. Like I'm just saying, man.
For real. Hey, I done had my fair share of night fighters, bro.
Man, like you gotta come on. So now she walking around, what's up her ass? Pause, but yeah, like I'm telling you, man. Niggas ain't shit, man.
No, we're definitely responsible for doing that. We help. We're one of the main contributors.
It's the alcohol.
We're one of the main contributors.
Seriously, Jazz,
all that
Andre.
like it and validating.
Hey, I got a little story, man. I was at my boy crib, and his mother was fine as hell. She was fine as hell. And then movies like a couple days later, I ain't recognize her. We met up at the movie theater. I'm walking. I'm just looking like it's not the same person. This can't be the same person. I'm like, ain't no makeup that damn good. This ain't that person. She, hey, I'm looking at her like I do not recognize you at all. I'm talking to her and everything, man. So you got it. The alcohol. That's one of the first times alcohol played tricks on me. I don't know. I was
beer goggles.
Beautiful that night too. I remember. I'm like, so beautiful. I'm just like, oh hell no.
Yeah.
Myself.
Facts.
So since men aren't getting enough of whatever, why don't y'all just teach these men how to step their game up?
We trying.
I tried and I got called 1,000
I do
simp.
it every day.
I got called 1,000.
You got called 1,000 cents.
1,000 simps, and I done tried to teach these niggas how to say some player shit and be more smooth, but that's simping, da 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 da. When the truth is, what was it? 5? How many people have 5 partners? What was that percentage? Somebody said a percentage.
Oh, Sweeney had
You
it.
That was
you
Sweeney.
said 5 partners or more. 20%. 30 to 40% of men over the age of 20 have 5 to 9 partners. 20% of men.
5 at once. And niggas go tell me, I digress. I'm gonna let y'all have that.
Hold on, bro. You also 6 foot ball player. Ain't nobody, no regular 5'7" nigga about to get 5 chicks at once. He regular as hell, got regular build.
Listen, bro, that's something that less than 1% of people are gonna experience in their lifetime, even if they pay for it.
Right.
A threesome is hard enough to come by, let alone 5 chicks in the same room.
That's a lot of finagling just to get a 3B. That's crazy. Then you gotta make sure this one like that one.
That's crazy.
Jasmine, to Hemp Point. Do y'all got that one friend that, and y'all ain't gotta say who she is, that don't look that's kind of ugly, but she got the same confidence level as you because she get just as many niggas? She walk around like she just as bad as y'all, but that's because she get just as, it's because the niggas like me and him that look like us 5'9", ain't got no bitches, be all up on her.
Oh no. See, listen, let me tell you something. Don't even throw it, because a lot of dudes that be sitting at the top, they will dig into the bottom of the barrel. It don't just be regular cats doing that. That's why every female think that they bad as hell, is because dudes, just because they want less of a hassle, right? They like, damn, or it might be some late night. Maybe they other joint, they 5 or they 6 done flaked on him. Like, she. They go down to the bottom of the barrel, pick them up a 3 and do what it do. And that female will think that that's her type now.
Damn.
Because she had an experience with the brother.
Yep. Real shit.
That was crazy.
I'm telling you, man.
We don't all had our humbugs. We don't all had our humbug nights where we was like,
I just glad I don't have to be a guy, because I know, like, back in college, like, it's just, that had to be a struggle. You know, just having to spend so much money to get some ass, you know, like, just to take somebody on a date. Because I know for sure I went out on some dates just for the sake of going out to eat, and then didn't give up no ass. Like, it's just like,
yeah.
In college,
and then you probably smashed some dudes that you didn't date, right?
Yeah,
is that true too?
No food, like, probably like you said, a dude. You because we got good penis, but then now it's like, I'm not gonna be your friend.
I don't think I went on one solitary date in college. Not one.
One day.
Not one. I didn't have to. It's college.
Might be back to the room.
What?
Yeah.
Or the apartment.
All you had to do was have your own dorm room with the two twin mattresses put together, and you with your own bathroom, man. You was winning on college campuses.
It was lit. Wait, Jazz, where the hell you go to school at? Harvard?
Oh no, that's where I went. I had my own room with the two twin size mattresses pushed together.
You went to Harvard, Sweeney?
He went to
No, I went to a PWI.
He just said he went to Harvard. I'm like, Hold on.
And Jazz went to Harvard because she went out on a date.
No, I went to. I did.
I'm like, damn, Sweeney, I was able to
Yes,
learn
I
this
did
something
go
new.
on dates. I went to white school.
Yeah. And Lady Di is so much more than game too. You know what I mean? Like 80% of men are unattractive to women. So if she think you look like a scream mask, it ain't much you can do. All the weights in the world, that shit is like it's gonna be tough, man. You know,
That's true. Because like I'm big on someone having nice teeth, and if they don't, I don't care what come out your mouth. I don't care what you got.
Jerome's in the house. Jerome's in the house.
Understood.
Hey, like I always say that, man. You got some people walking around with a golden tooth.
Yeah.
It's like you don't realize that, you don't see that. When you went to the dentist, you never inquired about how to get that tooth up to par with the rest of them. You just okay with that, and men are okay having these women as wives and just walking around with that mouth like that. I just don't understand it. With the golden tooth.
When they were permanent.
It was a dude on campus. He had some of the worst acne I ever seen in my life. This nigga was funny, charming, cool as hell. He was doing what we was doing. Like I think personality can go a long way, but
Charisma goes a long way. You have to have charisma. That listen, but what I'm saying is that he would have had even better results if he would have looked good.
If he looked good, hell yeah, he would have been super winning.
Yeah, then he would have been unstoppable. He probably developed that type of charisma because he looked funny, right? He had to figure out other ways. He had to work on himself. That's what I'm saying. Like he had to work on that because he realized he had a great disadvantage. So he had to put the work in.
You know, it's crazy. Like a lot of dudes blossom in college because a new scenery gives you a whole lot more confidence than coming from where you came from.
Oh yeah,
because that was me. Like man, my confidence was through the roof when I was dealing with people I didn't know.
That's when they go to the new school and swear they from Chicago and be from the outlier suburbs and shit.
I was from here, but I'm from Chicago though. I live in here, but I'm from Chicago.
I don't know, Sweeney, man.
I'm from South Bend, but I
don't know, man. You don't give me Chicago vibes, Sweeney. Give me that.
I didn't Chicago vibes at all. Most of the people at my school weren't from Chicago though. A lot of them were from. You know, they did a lot to curve Chicagoans coming to like Indiana schools. So like they had to put a stop to that. Y'all was crossing over, taking over and shit. We couldn't allow that shit. Take your ass.
Jack got locked up out there. I stayed. I even went to school in Indiana for a little while. That shit was not what it is. If you go down, I went to Purdue for a minute. Look, the stuff you could do in Chicago, you could do anything and get away with that shit. Any of the stuff that you do, you take that shit out of Chicago, your ass going to jail. You going to jail. You going to jail.
They said, why don't y'all claim Indy? I was too close to Chicago to claim Indy.
Let me go get to these super chats. Jasmine, do you drink box wine with a straw?
Ew.
Box wine.
I don't like box wine.
Jasmine cheated. Kyla Pratt's ain't loyal. I don't want Jasmine no more, Andre. I'm sorry. You were a crazy bitch. I should have been pursuing all along. It was you. It was always. Different rules for toxic relationships versus healthy ones. Jasmine. I'm needing a side chick. I'm taking auditions. Just know I'm broke, ugly, unfit, jaded, toxic, and unhygienic. My girl, be my girl, because Andrea pulling my heartstrings, and I might go. Andrea's the type of chick, after an argument 5 minutes later, you hear her flip-flops get loud, come around the corner, and go in another thing.
You definitely did that.
Andrea, for real, though. What does a soul feel like? I imagine it's hairy, tight, and clean. But that's my imagination. I don't want you thinking about your wet soul. That's build and grow.
Well, you gotta get creepy, man.
Yo.
You gotta get creepy, man.
How many girls see, we told you can't turn it off. So if you decide to go that route, that's what you're gonna get.
Turn it on. You see how it went from real cool and fun, and then it got real creepy real fast.
Dear Johnny. How many that's I bodies to women have? The inverse? That's there, right? Getting late. The trauma built in a promiscuous woman is completely different than the impact on men. You rarely hear a man talk about trauma as women do. Men don't care about body count for a casual relationship, but no man readily wants to marry to a known 304. It is about how he is viewed by peers and the men he respects.
Operative word, known.
Mr. Lego really missed out major chances to interrupt. No man is thinking about body count, about who you slept with and why. No man wants to be a part of a narcissistic, abusive club, nor do men want to cuff the town bicycle. Andrea, let's have kids. This guy really got you, boy.
God,
you know, hit the Cash App for Andrea Cash App.
Oh yeah. Damn, man.
You want to really show some love. Show us some love. It's an excellent discussion, man.
How you do that?
You got about 15 minutes after hour.
Did y'all just see some hearts come up when she just put the heart up?
Yeah, I think it does it on purpose. I think if you do like thumbs up or some shit, it do it.
Yeah, I'd be doing some weird.
Nah, I ain't got that.
It's gonna be on like an Apple or a Mac.
Man, she started a cult, huh?
Yeah. I think it is a Mac thing.
Illuminati.
No.
They ain't doing it with me.
It's an
Man, I just got a real quick story, man. You got to go, you can go. I know y'all got to fall off and do some things. I got to do some things too. But when I was at that cigar spot swinging, everywhere I go, anytime I dress up, always I command the room, the attention, right? And the hats I wear is always a conversation starter. So this guy, different race, starts up a conversation, asks about the hat, and then I can tell he like to lead with money. And I don't know why men do this. I've been with money, and I know Jasmine said people spend all their money on dates. If I go out, I don't mind doing things, but it's because I want to do it. But I never led with money. But this guy I can tell lead with money because he was there with another young lady, and I don't know if they was together or not. It was two people sitting on the side. And so after we finished our discussion, and after he wanted to show me some shoes that interest him, and he told me, "Oh yeah, right, $1,300." I'm like, "Okay, I didn't ask you, but it was $1,300. I don't know why you volunteering this information."
Yeah.
Then he asked, because we were about to ready to leave, and so he asked the other couple or the two people that didn't want to come sit over there. He said, "Oh, what's wrong with y'all? Want to come sit over here with a rich man?"
Damn.
He's definitely somebody that leaves with money because he just kept throwing up that he had this money. He was rich. He just felt the need to have to do it. And then as I was getting up, they started talking about alpha and beta. Started having alpha and beta talk.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought it was kind of funny because YouTube space, and this what always comes up. And so I kind of chimed in a little bit as I was leaving. I just was looking at him like, this is just crazy, man. So obviously other people talk about this all over, and it is a thing. It is a hierarchy that people look at. And clearly he wanted to be that guy. He wanted to, because he was the one that was initiating that conversation as well. So,
yeah. I think people thoroughly misunderstand that shit, JR. Like I would venture to say, let's say we just use the alpha and the beta, right? I know there's a bunch of other ones people came up with. I would venture to say 90% of men are beta. And what that means is those are the men that make sure the world wakes up and goes to sleep. Those are the garbage truck drivers and people who long haul and movers. Every man who functions in society, because men largely follow well, hence the military. So it's no shade for somebody to be beta. It's just normal, right? Where, decently earning, right? Will protect his family at all costs. You know what I mean? Come home, go to sleep, take care of his responsibilities. There's nothing wrong, but just the tags have such a negative connotation, right? You don't have that many alphas in the world. Just think about that. It wouldn't make sense to have that many alphas because that's the apex. For everybody to be more alpha than beta wouldn't even make sense.
Most people don't understand the socio-sexual hierarchy at all. So what you're describing is actually delta, right? That's who makes the world go around. The beta would be like your vice president, right? And then your alpha is your alpha. And then it goes all the way down. You got gamma, you got omega, which is the bottom of the barrel, the people who are just socially awkward and, known as rejects and everything. But, I mean, we're all necessary for society. What's that?
I guess we the rejects then, huh?
Nah, you couldn't be considered an omega. Like when I say socially awkward, like you don't know how to interact with women. Like you probably would not have a wife right now, right? Because you're so socially awkward. That's omega. Yeah. Oh well, damn. Well, yeah, probably. I guess.
But that's why I just simplified it, Trev, in terms of because people you only use alpha and beta. But I just want people to understand. Wrong. Yeah, no, I know, I understand, but like the beta just has such a negative connotation, and it shouldn't
because they're literally like the vice president.
Yeah, and then the archetype for alpha is not gonna go how you think it's gonna go. That man has been driven before he got with you. He largely disagreeable. He not gonna do a lot of negotiating. He not gonna be that nice. Like I work hard as hell, but I've been doing it, so I can say it's for my family, but it's really just my personality. Right, but it has a lot of negative effects as when people don't talk about that enough,
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh yeah,
and then also too, I don't even think it's for you to determine. I don't see people walking around saying that I'm this, I'm that. It's usually everybody else around you. Like they usually kind of decide what it is for you, and then you kind of get an idea. I don't know too many people walking around. I don't care about the terminology, though. I understand the purpose of it, yes, but usually when you walk in the room and depending on if you're that guy, you can just feel it. You don't have to say anything. Like the people around you just don't know. Like they know who everyone is. And there's some people that may suspect people may be something, but I don't see too many guys walking around with screaming these titles.
Because it's not something you talk about in real life. Like nobody.
Nah, you don't. Yeah, you don't
categorize yourself. Like, man, hey, look, you're an alpha, my guy, and I'm a beta, my G. And also, I will say, I think there's different degrees of what an alpha is. There's your alpha who's an alpha amongst men, a man that can move men. You know what I mean? And then there's the ones that are alphas of their family. Because if you look in the wild, there's not one alpha lion. There's several of them. And then you got other, situations where other animals and they are alphas of their clan or whatever. And I think the same thing exists amongst us. For instance, Trev can't come to me and move my family without me moving. I can't go to Hamp and move his family. Only he can move his family. Now, if he's a beta in his family, that's totally different. That means, or he may, what's the word for somebody who has equal say with their partner? What would you call that?
Divorced.
Okay.
But like, what would we like? Okay, we know what an alpha is. We know what a beta is. Like, what would we call somebody who's a lead by committee type person? And
probably
they
down low or some shit like that.
Why?
It's not.
You got those dudes. You know what I mean? Whatever that is. Whatever it is, that's what you got. You got those dudes.
I had a conversation with one of my close guy friends from knee high, right? And his wife a lawyer. So me and him was on the phone. He had me on speakerphone, and we was debating this: do women want a leader thing? So he was telling me he's not the leader of his relationship. They co-partners, right? They both lead. So I'm going back and forth with him. We did this for about an hour and a half. She listened in the background, and then finally, she admitted that she did want a leader, and he wouldn't say he was the leader. He called me 2 days later, mad, thinking I was trying to take his wife from him because we had that conversation on speakerphone. Damn. I let him vent because it's my homie. But I took like, bro, remember who I am. You know what I'm saying? You stay within the parameters of this conversation. That shit was crazy though.
JR,
divorce.
That just talking about to speak the other point and why men lead with might. And this goes back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier, where people move when it comes to money, right? People will do things like if you're a desperate person, you're going to do things that you normally wouldn't do when someone has something that they want, right? So if you have, he's used to seeing things happen. When you go in a restaurant, they see that guy have money. Oh, damn, we got to make sure this one's a good one. Like everything. He's used to being treated well because he has money. When you step into a Gucci store, they know you have money. They're going to give you a different type of service than if you just went to Marshall's. It's different. So when people look at you, they look at your car, they stare in, oh, can I drive? Or can I, they just want to, can I take a picture with it? When they see you have these things, they're attracted to that, right? When they see you not moving because you weren't really fazed by it, he's going to start mentioning these things because maybe he feels like you didn't realize that those shoes were $1,300. And he's used to women jumping. What he doesn't understand is that women aren't going to respect you because of that. They're going to use you. You are a trick at the end of the day. That's what you are. And he can't really discern the difference between real energy and somebody just using you as a trick, because they still get the results that they want, but then they start wanting the person to feel a certain way about them. They want them to love them the way that somebody else might love. No, they don't love you. They love what you can do because they love your money. They don't like you at all. And people just don't get it sometimes. They don't really understand people. So they look at what their money results get them. So they're going to keep flashing that. And that's probably his best attribute. He probably doesn't have any charisma, right? Probably doesn't have a decent physical prowess. He's probably just goofy, right? Might be socially awkward. But when he's talking money, people might listen. People might respect it.
Yeah, that was corny though. When I called Winnie that and said, "What you want me to sit with a rich guy?"
You don't think people can love their church?
Huh?
You don't think people can love their church?
You love their who?
Okay, so she said, "Do you think people could love their trick?" All right, not the way that they would want to be loved, right? So if you pull the resources out of the equation, would you still do every single thing that you do for that particular man? If you pull the resources from that equation, would you? And that's the question. That's how they want to be loved. They don't want to be loved for their money. They're hoping that you will latch on to them and find out that they're a good guy, that you will grow on them eventually, right? But no, that's not how it works. And I'm not saying you can't love them, but what do you love about them?
Yeah, I think they can love their pimp, but not the trick.
I think they love the trick. I think they love the trick too. Yeah.
Why you say that?
If we're talking about, so you're saying, because realistically speaking, when you're dating someone, whether, like as a woman, like, let's be honest, we are taught to be with someone who can be resourceful, who can provide for us, who can make sure that we're okay.
Exactly.
And good. So if I'm speaking, not even referring to like a soliciting type of situation, but just as somebody who tricks off, like somebody who is not tricking if you got it. Like they don't mind, they don't mind treating you to the finer things. You don't think a woman can fall in love with that person still, and then still be
like Trev said? I believe, in my personal opinion, like Trev said, I believe they in love with what he can do for them. Hence the language. If a man you love was doing for you, it just would be my man is doing XYZ. If you're calling him a trick, I strongly believe that somebody don't love them. Just by the language. Like it degrades how you actually feel about them. Women show love to men, in my opinion, through respect for him.
If you understand how derogatory that is,
that's
derogatory like crazy. If you know the true meaning of a trick.
I feel like the way men look at it, I feel like you guys are so concerned about looking like a simp or looking like a trick that you don't realize that women don't see it that way. Like, we don't see it as a negative because a guy likes to trick off. Like, if a dude is trick, like, it's not a big deal to him, it's not a negative thing. It's not a negative thing.
Yeah, but we were talking about with the scenario that JR brought up was leading with your wallet, right? We're not talking about providing, right? Because all these things that you mentioned, I do for my wife. But guess what? She doesn't love me because of that. She earned that because she loved me before I had money. So, of course, I'm going to want to pour into her because I feel she deserves it. But it's very different when you have somebody who's leading with their wallet and has to bring attention to their $1,300 shoes. He's a cornball. You ain't going to be sexually aroused by a guy just because he has $1,300 shoes. If he was a cornball before, you're not going to want him to take his clothes off. That's a different story. That's different.
That's not true. Because what if a guy feels like he has to lead with his money because he's ugly physically? Like, what if he's like obese or like fat or something like that? Like, he might not be conventionally attractive, so he might feel like he has to lead with his money. So
If he has to do that, then that's why we're saying you don't love him in the first place. You love what he provides. And at that point, you were doing no more than tolerating him because he comes with the money. And again, you still didn't say whether you would take minus the resources, because if you minus the resources, you were going to have, and then he's still just a fat, corny, ugly loser. You are not going to love him, and you're not going to lie to me and tell me that you would minus the resources. Cut it out.
this is what I'm
True.
saying. We're talking about resources. Whenever you're dating a woman in general, are you just telling her, hey, I'm broke as fuck. I don't got no car. I don't got no job. I don't got no money.
I said it before.
Expect for her to want to date you anyway, so it's like being resourceful is something that men have been doing to get women's attention for a long time now. Like throwing money in the club or popping bottles in the club. Y'all think y'all do that for niggas? Y'all do that for women. Like, come on, like
It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable for a long-term relationship. That's what I'm saying.
That's who?
Trev.
Me.
Trev, I would have to disagree with you. I don't think men that lead with their money are that naive. I think they know exactly what they're getting out the deal, and they're okay with the transactional because that's how they came into the situation. So, like for instance, the guy that JR talked about, right? While he may have been a cornball in our eyes, and we may be looking at that dude and saying, "Man, look at this nigga," I guarantee you still walked out that room with whatever he wanted that night.
And I guarantee you that she got a nigga she actually liked that she fucking, and she'll bring that shit that she got from him to him.
I don't think he cares.
Dude, well, let me ask you this, Sweeney. How many females you messed with that had dudes that was tricking? What I'm telling you is that I made sure that I was the D-supplier to these women that were getting tricked on by other dudes. They respected me.
What I'm saying is, as long as that man gets what he wants out the deal, he doesn't care. So if his tricking off or leading with money gets him ass from that girl, he doesn't give a flying fuck if she gives a fuck about him because he already knows the business. I know I'm leading with. That's why I said most men. I don't think most men who lead with their money are that naive. I think most men understand the assignment. I'm coming in with money. I expect this out of it when I leave with my money. Give me that. If you ain't here tomorrow, I get it because you know what I mean. You want it, but most women, but like Andrea says, she keep niggas like that in their rotation. Women who like a nigga that got money gonna keep the nigga in their rotation regardless.
That's not what I said.
Let's talk about this person. Let's talk about the person that was the example. What benefit do you think that this guy was going to get from JR? Do you think he was trying to press JR when he told him he had $1,300 shoes? Is that what we say?
No, I think he was trying to impress the women around him.
No,
whatever women were in the room
before the women even showed up.
I'm not speaking to the scenario that JR was talking about. I'm just talking about, you made a comment that women don't like tricks, or they can't fall in love, or they can't love a trick. And I just think that I just have to disagree with you. Like, I feel like you probably don't really know what women really want. Like, it's not like, do you think these, like, you just, like somebody said, like half of these women don't find men to be conventionally attractive anyway. So you don't think there's something else about them that is like, if he's resourceful and seems like he can be a good provider, you don't think that that's someone that they could, like, you know, learn to love or
tolerate.
She wouldn't call him a trick at the point that she loved him. Like I don't.
I don't think she's calling him a trick to her. This is what I'm saying. Like for instance, Andrea, I mean it not unironically. When I said that, I'm talking about specifically what you're talking about. A woman who's like that guy knows that he's leading with his money. He's gonna get ass. That woman in that situation understands I'm dealing with this dude because he got money. As long as you got the money, I'm giving you the ass. I'm okay, and they're okay with that arrangement. They don't.
We agree with you on that. No, we agree that they fine with that arrangement. The initial question was, do women love their trick? And we saying as soon as the money dry up, if he was just her trick, she will not be there anymore. So she loves what he does for her. And as soon as he no longer does it, she leaves. She didn't love him, as opposed to somebody who she would actually go do for. That's the juxtaposition I pose, which is why I said they love the
Lady Dot trying to get in there, y'all. Lady Dot trying to get in there.
What if he grows on her though?
That's not happening.
If he loses money,
he's like a cool person, and he
that
just
ain't happening.
carrying the money.
That ain't. I'm sorry, Jasmine. That ain't happening. If he leaves with money and she's there for the money, as soon as the money dries up, there ain't no such thing as, oh, but you grew on me, unless he was blowing her goddamn back out. Now if he leading with money and he blowing that back out, now we might be talking about something. But him just leading with money and he ain't stroking right or nothing like that. She just sticking around because she get a Birkin bag every now and again out the deal, and he bought a car and put her up in an apartment and some shit. If all that shit drives, she bouncing.
That's not true, because you could love your tricking ass nigga, and it ain't nothing wrong with that.
As long as he's tricking.
I got some here kind of
No, I'm not hating what you're doing. I'm answering the question. If you gonna trick, do what you do. That ain't got shit to do with me. That's not my game. I'm not running it, but shit, I can't hate you for doing what you do. But all we saying is you don't actually love him.
That's
you might love
decipher how you gonna you can't decipher that. You can't determine that. Do you know that most of the time when women are marrying, hold on, this is all I'm saying. In the very beginning of time, when this whole marriage thing was like, a thing, people were literally having arranged marriage to inherit kingdoms, to have more land, to create what is it called? Truces and whatever. Like they were getting married just to say, hey, I'm in Spain, you're in England, let's marry each other. Together we can have some type of unifying of the kingdoms, whatever. There's always some type of underlying reason why people are together in the first place. So to sit up here and make it seem like to villainize or demonize a woman because
Please let me respond
for her does not.
All right, Andrea, we get it. If is Brad watching? Hey, Brad.
Who's Brad?
She loves you, bro. I believe that a woman can love her trick, Brad. Andrea fucks with you, my nigga.
I don't know who Brad is.
Me neither. We just gonna wink it out. You feel me? Like, damn, man.
Trev, I got a question for y'all then.
Not about Brad, right? Please don't let it be.
Not about Brad. Not about Brad. All right. So we're saying that a man that leaves with his money, a woman can't love that man, right? But we all know that how you get your women?
Me?
When you was out there in the game, how did you pull your women?
Bro, I got a mouthpiece on me. Plus, I'm
how tall are you, Marcus?
Pause.
6'7".
Why are you asking him, Sweeney?
Hold on, no. I'm going somewhere with this. Go ahead.
Where you going? He's 6'7".
I know. I'm going somewhere with this.
And then I was off the porch too, so that whole, I could take a shorty to the joint with me, and it'd be a different type of energy because they in the hood. So all of them things led into it being like.
All right, so do you think? All right, so do you think if you weren't 6'7" with a mouthpiece, and I don't know what else you had to offer, if you didn't have none of that to offer, she would love you?
You can't ask him that. He wouldn't know.
You saying if I was a different person, would you love me? Like, I've never been a different person. But
no, what I'm saying is, what's the difference between what you? It may have been natural, right? You can't control the fact that you're 6'7", handsome, and got a mouthpiece, right? However, that's what you had to offer, which made women love you. So what's the difference between you with something natural versus a man that has an abundance of money, using money to pull women and getting those women to love him?
It's about
one, I can't lose my height. I mean, I could get cut in half potentially.
There's a lot of niggas that can't lose all their money. It's impossible.
Well,
you should tell Kanye that.
How you pull your girls?
Huh? How did I pull my wife? Yeah. Man, I'm a cornball, man. I'm corny, man.
That's how you being corny.
And I told, man, look, listen, y'all don't, like I said, I was in college when I was getting, do you know how easy it was to get ass in college? It was not hard. And I was a regular dude in college, and I could put, I don't know how.
Do you guys think that people's love language has a lot to do with how they fall in love with people and how they see people in relationships? Because one love language is gifts and acts of service. So maybe you might be smacked in the face, but because you speak my love language, it works for me. So maybe, Marcus, for whoever you're with, or Trev, whoever you're with, maybe their love language is, physical touch or something like that. So it works for them. You don't think people have a right to have their own love language?
A question for me, or
no? It was.
I'm just a statement.
There's a question for anyone who feels like They can't have a love language of gifts and acts of service.
Like, what's the difference between a man that can talk a woman out of her drawers and a man that can buy a woman out her drawers?
It's a renewable resource.
The impact.
Money for a lot of niggas is a renewable resource.
That's true.
For a lot of niggas, he can keep money comes easy to him. It keeps coming. He flipped this and got that, and there's a lot of niggas who money damn near boundless, and he uses that like it's toilet paper. What did Eminem say? Shit, I get big bills and I flush them.
Yeah, you know what?
Kanye was just a multi-billionaire, wasn't he? Like you can theoretically. I seen a lady lose like $7 billion doing options trading because she just would not bow out and kept buying high risk options. You can. There's no amount of money you can't lose. It's unlikely at some levels, but you can always lose all your money depending on how you spend it. If you had to spend all the money in the world, you can even. Matter of fact, most people we know that's extremely rich, that's black. NBA basketball players, football players be broke within 5 to 7 years. Antoine Walker had $180 million. I bought him a drink last time. Shout out to Twine. He got money to buy drinks.
Nobody's talking about that man going broke, man. You're supposed to be his boy, man. Don't be over there.
I am. I'm saying
it's public though.
So y'all don't.
It's public information.
He be at all the spots, man.
Yeah. Twine a cool ass dude. I fuck with Twine. Shout out, bro.
Y'all don't think of men who can provide and who can go out and get money? You don't think that women like men who get money? You don't think that we like
Yeah, absolutely. But they don't call it a trick.
Yeah, we're talking about leading. That's like that would just be like a woman who's leading with sex, right? If a woman leads with sex, we're gonna have a certain perception of what type of female she is, right? And if a woman leads with sex, we're probably not gonna make her our wife, right? And that's what we're saying. Like, there's certain things that you don't lead with if you want a successful relationship or if you want respect, right? That's what happens. Women who lead with sex get smashed, and that's it. That's just what it is. Like, and then you keep it moving until the resources are gone.
We're gonna leave it alone.
Hey, Marcus, real quick, and this may be clout chasing. I don't know what it is, bro. I'm gonna be real with you. Hey, do you know D Rose, bro?
Not that well. Yeah, I don't know D Rose that
well. Can you like roll in the same circles as him?
Absolutely. Like when I'm thinking, like I ain't never been over his house. But
bro, I've been trying to get this shit signed by that nigga for 5 years, bro. I just want that man autograph on him. All bullshit aside, bro.
You in the city?
Huh?
I ain't know what you about to
I can make sure this is in the city if you can get it signed for me.
I got a question.
Yeah, I had to start going outside, but yeah, I could do it.
I know what was about to. I'm like,
I got a quick question. So say that you're dating, say that you're interested in a girl, or just this is a scenario, and you know that she likes to get her nails done, and so you cash tap her like $50 to $100. Is that considered leading with money? If you're just speaking, like if you're
how soon is this in a relationship?
Oh, you leading with this, so you want to get my attention, so you cash at me a couple dollars.
Oh no, that's off. It's never been a scenario for me.
That's
no, that's
talk to him if he went broke. Would you continue to talk to him if he went broke?
Would I continue to talk? If he's not speaking love language, I probably wouldn't be turned on.
Yeah,
you got it. Yeah.
That's what I was telling you, bro. He watching.
Hold on, the same with women who y'all classify as feminine or soft. If they got hard, would you still like them? Like if they got masculine, would you still like them? Like you're asking a question, and I'm talking about how you see.
That's a good analogy.
Your love language. So,
I'm gonna be honest, and I didn't know nothing about love language until maybe about like when they started that test started floating around. What was it, about 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, probably
first time. And even when you are dealing with different people, you don't really hear about it unless there's some issue. And then they start doing a deep dive and start to look at if the love languages may be the reason why it may be off. But when people click for whatever reason, they just click. It's usually when problems start to happen, then they want to start to figure out if it's this, if it's that. So I think that's just all. I don't know if that woman wants that man, she's gonna be with him. And if she won't know bad enough, there's some things that she gonna overlook. There's some things that she may not, as long as she's not embarrassed. If she gets embarrassed, but there's some things that may go on that she wouldn't tell her parents. She wouldn't tell her friends. But she slab. But once everything go public, then I think it's a different story. So I don't think that love. I think it may be some truth to it, but it's not the deciding factor on what's going to keep people locked in. I mean, there are some people that probably shouldn't have been together, but somehow they found the way to stick it out, and they coexist, and they just learn each other.
Yeah, I think you 100%.
So Andrea, I don't want you to get it twisted. I don't want you to get it twisted, Andrea. Listen, that is one of gift giving service. That's one of my more prominent love languages, right? However, this isn't something that I would ever lead with. I wouldn't provide that for someone who I am not sure loves me already for me versus loving me just for what it is that I could provide.
So what do
I got orgasms and orgasms. Take your pick.
What do you lead with them? Like, are you like?
I was gonna ask the same question because I don't think anybody
Jasmine was saying something, I think.
Oh, my bad. I was just asking him, like, what do you lead with them? Like, are you like a charming person? Are you funny?
You just leave with yourself. Like it's some like I've never just done something for somebody like unless I was in a relationship with them. And even when I'm in a relationship with them, it had to be something serious. I've never just cashed up a woman and just said, here, go get your nails done.
I mean, like,
so if you wanted to know what I lead with?
Yeah, like what do you lead with?
Conversation. Like listen, women find me easy to talk to sometimes, regardless of what you might think on a panel. It's not the same in real life because we're not talking about, I don't choose topics that we'll debate on. I find things that we would more so be in line with, right? And I consume information all day, right? So whatever it is that you're interested in, I probably know a little bit about, and we'll talk. And I don't come off nearly as judgmental as I am on here, right? So, and then I so happen to be 6'4" and whatever, so that helps a little bit, but
Okay.
But I think talking like Marcus was saying, if your conversation is good and a person just wants to be around you. One of the things that women say they admire the most is that vibe, right? That's something that they can't really control. They have their bullet points that they want to hit. They want a certain height threshold. They want a person to have a certain look. But a lot of times they'll go outside of that if they find that individual to be very easy to talk to and they feel like they could be themselves, right? When they could have an easy conversation and feel comfortable and secure with the guy, then it's pretty easy from there.
No, I don't have no money. It's not. They're gonna leave you anyway.
Andrea, I want to throw this in so you can understand my perspective. When I thought I was going to the league, I would have kept my girlfriend from high school or nobody else. Because once I'm like rich, if I did not have somebody, I would not get married at that point. Because I wouldn't want to be in that situation. Because again, you got to think when I talk about setting up a family, I want to ensure that it's going to maintain itself. And if a main reason that family could be set up could be due to money, I wouldn't want that family. Things happen. People go broke. I'm not losing my kids and putting them in that situation. Just, yeah. So it would have to be before I got rich or, yeah. I would have to know you were there for me.
That's the best way to get a sincere woman. Like you got to make sure that they're not there for the money. So I say you got to be broke, but you can't have a lot because you got to see if she likes you for you and not what you could provide.
Hell no. I know we're not doing the struggle love thing. We ain't doing the struggle love. Struggle love.
That's not struggle. That's not struggle love. Is that shit you was talking about earlier? That toxic stuff.
That's struggle love. That's
struggle love. Andrea,
what?
Go ahead, Andrea. How's the struggle love?
We ain't.
How is the struggle love?
What is it?
How is the struggle love?
How is it?
Yeah.
I don't have struggle love. I ain't broke.
No, I'm asking how is struggle love. You said we're not about to talk about that struggle love. I'm asking how is that struggle love?
No, we're not talking about he can't have nothing. He gotta be down to his last dollar. And if you ain't down for him, then you a clown for like we're not doing that.
No, but that's
Andrea, I'm talking about an extreme.
Yeah,
like to go to multi-millionaire status. I'm not about to I'm just gonna slide everything.
We're talking about like on the street, like he homeless, like you taking it to the extreme.
Yeah, extreme.
Somebody that has a one bed. I'm just saying this because this is what some ladies think about. He only got a 1-bedroom apartment. It's not even a loft apartment. It's not that extravagant. He's driving like not a beat up car, but not the car of your desires, used or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Man.
You look at some women look at that as like you broke, right?
He could be doing better than me. He gotta be doing better than me. If I'm not, he gotta do better than me. That's all that I'm saying.
I think there's a difference between doing better than you and what Marcus is talking about. He's talking about an instance where you go from. He's talking about an instance where you go from.
Let me finish.
You know, just hooping at college to becoming a multi-millionaire. I think for him, he would have to have a woman that was down with him before that, because majority of women wouldn't look at him like
You're
that.
not talking about that though right now.
I know.
He's talking about hitting a jackpot, a once in a lifetime opportunity to be LeBron James or something like that. I'm talking about somebody who's voluntarily like tricking off and leading with their money to get someone's attention, and it's speaking their love language. There's nothing wrong with that, and you can fall in love with a person who just happens to speak your love language of gifts and acts of service. I don't have to be in a Tyler Perry film where I'm sticking it out with someone down to their last dollar. I'm not doing that, and no one has to do that to show that they're.
Point was, once you actually fall in love with him, you no longer will refer to him as a trick.
No, yes, you will.
No, you won't. No, you won't.
Andre, can he be unattractive?
Yes, you could be an unattractive trick. Those are
No. I'm saying the one that you fall for because he's speaking your quote unquote love language. Can he be unattractive?
Yeah, that's most of the time how it happens. To be honest, I don't like good looking men. I like men who are fat and look like Biggie Smalls.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I be liking them type of men. I like the news who's up be having a little gold chain to be fat like Rick Ross, because I know I'm gonna eat good. I know he gonna take me to go get some good crabs and lobster.
We gotta get you out of Cleveland.
I like fat men. I like fat, dark skinned men.
Yeah, we gotta get you out of Cleveland. We gotta get you come to DC. You'll see.
That's what I like. And you know why I like that type?
I'm not accepting that. We got to get you out of Cleveland. Period.
Wake up.
Yeah, I said I was trolling.
You know what it is, Hamp? You know what it is, Hamp? She in the Midwest. That's that borderline Detroit. Like them niggas in that area do be chunky niggas with big gold chains on, with buffs on.
Yeah.
They be having the buffs on, big ass like jackets with the fur on the inside and shit.
They got money.
Yeah. Timberland boots.
Jackets. You got the honey glazed Timbs.
Take me to get my nails, my hair to looking all nice and fat.
They don't even be real buffs. They be the imitation buffs.
Like, she knows she the catch to them. Yeah, like she knows she the catch to them, so she knows they're gonna spend that money on her.
If he get locked up, would you stay with him? If he get a 5-year bill, would you stay with him?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, if you get 5-year bill, would you stay with him?
That fat dark skin dude.
What do you do? It depends, because it really depends, because if I'm asking you to get out of the streets and you refuse to listen to me, and while you out here kicking it with your boys shooting dice, and I'm telling you to stop what you're doing, and you end up going to jail, now you want me to pick up all your calls? Yeah, maybe I'm gonna feel some type of way because you wasn't listening when you was out.
What if he maintained your gifts, so he continue to hustle to make sure he keep money flowing in, so he can do what you like to do to maintain your. So let me tell you this before you go into this. I got a homie. I talked about this before. He ended up. We was making like $5,000 a night, roughly $5,000 to $10,000, and he would spend all the money every single night with this girl he was messing with. When what we was doing slowed up, he ended up trying to rob an electronic store, because you could sell them phones for like $500 to $600. So he was gonna like 20 phones. He ended up getting killed by the police. He got shot 127 times because when everything fell apart and his money started dwindling down, what he started doing was drinking, and I could tell he damn was on the suicidal verge. That girl he was with every day, she because they go to the hotel every night and ball. Every day they was balling. Everything out. He'd be broke the next morning. When it slowed up, old girl started talking to him some of the worst ways I ever seen. He ended up fighting with her in DuPage, getting a domestic out there. Couldn't bond out. I had to come bond them out. Then that incident with the police happened. To this day, I blame that girl for that. It's his dumbass decisions. But he for foster care. He ain't understand love. So the first girl to show him some love, he was
That's not what I'm.
unnaturally attached. Like, so when I look at that stuff, I look at it like life or death. Like like making the wrong decisions when it comes to your love life can end up getting you killed or having you doing some stupid shit. Because
No,
you trying to maintain that love. Like,
no, that's what I'm saying. If you are money, I don't want to say, I don't use the N word. If you're a man who know how to make money and you know how to flip something and you know how to keep money coming in and out of your pocket, that means you can teach me how to continue to keep money coming in and out of your pocket. You self-sufficient. The way you think, your thought process, the things you talk about, the books you read, wherever you on, you know how to make sure you taking care of business. And I gotta respect a man like that. So if he's even if he ugly in the face and he look like Rick Ross or he look like Biggie Smalls, it's his thought process that I'm looking at. Because at the end of the day, I do, if I want to be self-sufficient, it's something I can learn from him. Like when
Yeah, but they don't have to be fat and black, do we? In order for him to teach you that?
I do, I
Or
kind
you just attracted to
of,
him being fat and black, or you just attracted to fat black men?
because they just be looking like teddy
Oh,
bears.
there you go, right there.
Yeah. Who is that? I can't see because a little. I mean, I would
who is
like
that?
to get more taller.
That's Mr. Plug Love right there. That's that dude from Detroit that be doing the movies.
Wait, anyway, all I'm saying is this: it's not. I'm not saying just have money and just be splurging on money because that's not smart. Most men who know how to make money know how to make money. They get it out the mud, and that and I have to appreciate that. It's a mentality that they have. So, and it's nothing wrong with like working like. It's nothing wrong with being a regular person. That's fine, you know, whatever.
You want that fast money.
And not even fast money. I want to know how to make money on my own. I want to know how to be able to. What Dave Dash say? You eat the food you kill. I want to know how to be self-sufficient. And if your mentality is a certain place, and I'm watching you be a certain place with your mentality, I know it's going to benefit me being on your side. So we could be, you know, we like.
Andre, you in your 20s?
I'm 32.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You still dealing with dope boys for real?
No, they're not dope boys. They watch their
scammers. They're like, you know, the streets done dried up, right? You know the streets is mean, right?
I'm not talking about the streets, but why you sitting up here trying to blow down on D boys? Wasn't Jay-Z a D boy?
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying you still messing with them.
Oh, Master P was a D boy. They're pretty successful. Did they graduate?
No, I don't even know what blow down means. Pardon me, but I'm saying that's what you still interested in because you said a regular. Well, the reason why I'm deducing that is because you said a regular job was cool. So by deductive reasoning, these men don't have regular jobs. Were you saying like NFL players?
I'm talking about a man who knows, like for example, a regular job to me would be like just a regular like McDonald's job, and no shade to people working at McDonald's, or somebody even mentioned like a garbage truck driver. I don't have anything against them. That's fine. Like I don't blow down on people. I don't, you know, but I'm talking about somebody who doesn't really have to necessarily clock into somebody's clock, so that, because for me, as someone who is an entrepreneur, I like to make my own money on my own accord without having to like worry about being fired or worry about you know, punching in on somebody else's clock. They say, okay, so for example, and I'm gonna make this.
So he could be a YouTuber.
I mean, yeah, he could be a YouTuber. He could flip houses.
Okay.
Sometimes they flip houses. Most of the time, they like are doing something like they have their own restaurant. They're getting it out the mud. They're not afraid to take risks. They're not afraid to take chances and bet on themselves. And I have to respect that. You ain't never going to be down bad if you can get on your feet and provide for yourself. That's all that I'm saying.
Go broke taking risk, because that is what comes with risk. What happens then?
Bet on yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, you got to bet on yourself. You can't be scared. Scared money don't make no.
I'm not saying he not. I'm saying because not every play gonna work. Not every business gonna be successful. And if you invest too much, what happens if it doesn't pick up in time? Because like with starting a legit business, a lot of time you gonna have to float that cost up front. Say that business is draining his money and he get to a point where he is in debt. Then what happens?
So a man think of so is he. If that's the mentality that you're going into your business with, destined to fail. If you bet on yourself and you keep a positive attitude and you continue to work and you understand it's not always going to come to you easy, then you will be okay. But you can't go into it being negative. You have to take a risk. If you can't take a risk, you're not gonna make no money.
What he's asking is if he takes that risk and it fails, are you there or you not?
It's not. It's what I'm saying is failure is not an option. It's no way it's going to fail.
There's no such thing as that. People fail.
Our problem is y'all think it's small. Well, you need to be thinking.
No, people fail. That's a reality.
So
Let's not think it's small. People fail.
Andrea, so like from my family, I have 6 kids, right? And my wife doesn't work, right? So I understand what it looks like to be successful. But what Marcus is saying, you have to take heed to, and I don't work for anybody either, but because it's real out here. You know what I'm saying? So when I'm just listening, we're trying to get understanding. But failure is definitely an option, and it will happen.
If that's the attitude you go into it with, then that's destined to happen to you. You can't speak that into existence. You gotta manifest.
In other words, she's out.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, Andre, hold on. Well, see, the reason why let's try it one more time. No. I gave you context, right? And where I'm speaking from, the lens, right? So I gave you context in my life, right? And then I'm also telling you that failure is inevitable when you are working for yourself, being an entrepreneur. You are going to experience it. So I'm not saying there's not success in failure, but failure is going to happen. And we got to make sure that everybody's locked in regardless of failure. What do you think about that?
I feel like you
gonna say the same thing over? Keep it real.
I feel like to me, you're speaking a language I don't understand.
Oh, you're gonna say the same thing. All right. I digress. Then I didn't know you were gonna say the same.
All I want to say is, Andrea, self-love. Love yourself more.
This is the reason why y'all always gonna be the same. Because y'all so busy focused on losing and failing, you're not speaking life into yourself.
Well, 70% of businesses fail. 70% of businesses fail.
Within 7 years. Andrea. I think you got to understand is that I think you should be probably more concerned about how he deals with failure. Because if he's able to respond in a way where even though he failed, he's going to keep going, he's able to get back up, then he's not afraid to fail. So he's going to take more risks. He's going to still be ambitious. He's going to still keep pushing because he's not going to accept it. But what Hemp and some of the other guys are saying is that most people who have taken risks, they have failed, but it didn't stop there. Because it's just like conflict. Like, how do you handle conflict? Like most people who indulge in conflict or they're in that fight is usually not successful.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a very special person to be able to understand what's going on in that moment and being able to get in the mindset. It's all about the mindset and being able to overcome that.
Mm-hmm.
So like what you're saying right now is foreign to most people because these people are saying that they have done business. And if you can sit here and say that everything that I've done as an entrepreneur has blown up, because just because you got a business don't mean that it's not failing.
Yeah.
You know, failure doesn't have to be
permanent.
You know, like you didn't pay your stake thing and they closed the LLC off. Like you can still have a business and it's not doing anything and it's still failing compared to everything else around it. If you haven't grown from year to year, that could be measured as failure.
It would be.
But see, this is the thing this is what I'm trying to get y'all to understand and to appreciate. Because to you, it might look like a failure, but you're not in this person's mind. You're not understanding that this person trusts the process and understand that things happen at its own due time. But if you continue to keep going and you continue to believe that you can achieve whatever it is that you feel like is put before you and overcome every obstacles. I believe in obstacles and I believe in setbacks. But I believe if you are looking at every situation that is a setback as a failure, then you are just...
We're not saying that at all. We're not saying that. I think we're saying the same thing, but I just think you just don't want to receive it the way that we're saying it. Like we're not saying anything wrong. The only thing we're saying is that we're going to try to do our best. We don't want to fail. If the business fails, it's not going to stop us from
get back up, try some other shit.
You know, readjusting, figuring out why it's failing, and getting back on course. All we say is that you should be a little bit more concerned about people that don't have that mindset.
I don't.
You know, what are we saying that's wrong?
Yeah. What are we?
You know, where are we failing at right now?
Because I feel maybe I just don't understand. I'm not gonna be able to get on y'all page. I don't.
I think we're saying the same thing.
Well, see, it's a logical fallacy to say business and then say it's in my mind, right? Because you have to scale them and they're measured based on businesses in the same realm, right? So if you were to get a loan from your business, right, they're going to take your business plan if you provide one, the industry that you want to go in, and then they're going to do comparisons, right, on other businesses, and then they're going to do market analysis, and that's how you get a loan, right? So here's what happens: people will be failing for 6 months. They'll make money in 2 months and think they've made money, but revenue is not profit because you failed 6 months. So you have to think about this much more structurally and logically sound for it to actually be successful.
Hold on. Like Andrea, you know, tell me what Ham just said.
All I heard him say was failing, and
Right,
that's just
you're not even listening.
I didn't even say
it starts with listening. You, Andrea.
that energy. Sorry.
No, it's not energy, but I'm saying that like we got to understand that a lot of people don't like to listen. I was one of those people that didn't want to listen. I want to talk all the time, believe it or not. I know y'all don't think I talk, but I can talk to y'all. All right. It was hard for me to listen, but once I started listening, I started looking at the advantages of when you just sit there and listen. You can find out a lot more information. I just listen to somebody talk. They'll tell you everything you need to know. You can just ask one question and they get to talking. And if you don't cut them off, interrupt, sometimes they'll talk themselves and you'd be like, oh, okay, well, I didn't know about this, but okay. There's power behind listening. But what this just showed here right now is that we can't have an honest, genuine conversation because you have to be listening.
I'm not.
It's like you are in your mindset. It's like I'm not trying to hear nothing he's saying right now because I said what I said and it is what it is. If you guys can't comprehend what I'm saying, then that's on you. What I'm saying is correct. It's the right way. But how do you know if it's the right way if you can't receive what he's saying? Like a logical person is going to receive what he is going to listen to what he's saying and then play it off how they've been thinking all their entire life and then see if it's a better fit for them. Like you have to have an open mind.
You want me to be honest with you guys? I'm trying to be honest. I'm not gonna say yes, I understand what you're saying if I feel like I don't understand what you're saying.
You're not trying though. That's the thing. We don't see the effort.
I don't see failure as an option. Failure is not an option. That's not something I talk into my life. That's not something that I manifest.
That's not what we're saying. If you was listening, then you would hear us saying that we don't see failure as an option either. But we understand, but we're being realistic about how things may occur, right?
Well, you're making your realistic. I feel
that's just like you. I mean, like okay, but like that's just like you saying that I'm never gonna die, right? I'm never gonna die. I'm gonna walk out here. I'm gonna live my life. I'm never gonna die. You don't know.
Let me give you a scenario, Andrea. Tell me what you would do in this scenario. So say he got $500K to his name. He take 250 and he buy work with it, right? And he's waiting for this package to come in. The other 250 he is sitting on, waiting for the work to come in. The load get popped and he get booked, and they take the money and he can't get it back without proof of where he earned the money at. So now he on flat and he has to start over. When he is starting over, what would you be doing?
I'm not dealing with a nigga who dumb enough to be in that situation. So I don't know what type of time y'all on. Like, I feel like y'all speak negativity in y'all life. Like, what is, like, I'm not going to understand what none of y'all are saying because I feel like you're speaking negativity into your life. So
that's not rooted in reality.
Oh, what y'all not understanding is how important.
You say you're not dealing with a dude that would get himself into that situation.
Hold on. Andrea, nobody's yelling. I think everybody's being respectful, but we were just trying to see if we can reach you. Go ahead, Swing.
You saying that you wouldn't deal with a dude that's in that will put himself in that situation, but by definition of his lifestyle or the career choice that he made, it's literally risking that situation every single day of the week that he's doing that. Buying work is risky. You can always get booked for that. That's the part that comes with the lifestyle. So if you with a dude and you say, hey, look, this is the scenario, that is his life. If you can put it into, you can say, okay, it's another. Let's use a scenario where we're not talking about somebody that can get hit for selling dope. Let's talk about an investment banker. In the same scenario, he takes this money, he puts it somewhere else, and whatever may happen to that 250,000 happens. And let's say the market crashed tomorrow and he loses his other 250,000. He's not saying I'm going to give up today, but he has to start over and move differently.
What?
Okay. So first of all, I apologize for telling you to shut up and yelling. Okay.
It's all good, man. I understand you frustrated.
I'm not frustrated, but I just feel like we're probably not going to be able to understand each other because I feel like you speak power into the things that you say and the things that you perceive and your perception, and you manifest things in your life, and I'm just not willing to speak that into my life. I get what you guys are saying, that it's a possibility to fail and you lost money and your tires flat. I don't speak that kind of stuff into my life, and I don't believe in failure. I'm sorry, I can't. That's something that it's probably different for. We're not speaking the same. We're on two different times. I feel like personally for me, it's difficult to receive what y'all saying because I'm just a person who don't believe in failure at all. I don't feel like it's ever an option. I'm never going to say I can't do something. I'm never going to do that. So y'all see things. I see things as a setback. I don't see things as a failure. So maybe that's just the disconnect we're having.
Okay, so it's just the word failure. Okay, so we change it. We eliminate the word failure.
Let's say being down bad.
Well, hold on. We don't need to play semantics. Andrea, what I would behoove you to, well, you're probably not going to hear me, but at least I said it. You know what I mean? Write down your business plan, present it to someone, right? And see what they say, right? Because I'm just interested to see the feedback you would get once you actually make it tangible and then present it to try to get a loan of some sort to see if what's in your mind will actually manifest in somebody else believing in it also.
I'm in the process of doing that right now. Just overall speaking, just as a person, whether business, whether personal, whether losing weight, whatever it is, I just don't ever believe that failure is an option. And that's just something that I feel like I'm never, ever going to perceive. That's something I'm never, ever going to think about. That's just something I can't be a part of. And I'm not saying that y'all are, I'm just not going to understand that concept. I'm just not going to be able to understand that concept. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right.
I think we all saying the same thing. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think we're literally all saying the same thing. It's just different language. Like because we're saying we're not saying that failure is not an option.
Let me say this out loud and loud. I am not saying what Andrea is saying.
You can't expect me to take you seriously.
Because
that's my nigga. I fuck with her. I am not saying what she's saying though.
Because I can't. It baffles my mind because I know that you've experienced like to say okay when you say all right let's do setbacks. That's playing semantics with words. It's all the same. Failure, setback, down bad, whatever you want to call it.
Defeat.
It's the same result.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I think it's the way you look at it. I think it's the way I just see things very different.
It's your fault, Sweeney.
Do you think divorce is failure, Andrea?
Huh?
You think divorce is failure?
You ask. I don't think it's a failure, no.
Okay.
I don't care.
No, I don't see it as failure because I understand things happen and it doesn't have to. I don't know.
Miss like on you guys' way out of the office, there's some peppermints. Feel free to take a couple of them on the way out. Session is open. We got a couple of super chats. RBN $5 says when a chick starts saying strange, just like love language, fun and run. Will G says she's not a financial risk taker. Will G against I don't see failure as an option. The proceeds to fail to comprehend. Yeah. We learned the new word failure today, so
tribulations.
$5 says I need to know what biz plan Hemp was successful at. Your business plan Hemp.
I own a moving company. I have a couple houses also that I rent. Airbnb actually started to fail with all the fees. So I went the Section 8 route. It's been good so far. We'll see. You know. But yeah, the moving, and then I DJ too. So that was a good catapult and springboard. So yeah, those things.
All right, Andre, put the heart emoji up again. Andre, the hearts up.
I don't do it for her.
Oh, I thought it was her that did it. No, who's that?
It failed. Stop, there it go. There it go.
Yeah, well, y'all gonna be saying failure all the time, huh? Okay. I want to thank everybody that came out today to get a perspective. Let's make sure we support each other. Most people have YouTube channels, so let's make sure we circle it back around and show support and love.
Definitely.
Jasmine, I'm surprised you hung out with us. Yeah.
I was typing my "I'll see y'all later" message just now.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we didn't get to that felon point. I'm glad we was able to.
Jasmine,
That's gonna be. Hey, that's gonna be a. That was interesting.
That's gonna be the word.
Live no more. Wait till we not live no more.
Oh, okay. Well,
Oh, you about to cut into me, huh?
Everybody else subscribe to the channel.